worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Hindi aabot ang data! Nice!
Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Hindi aabot ang data! Nice!
Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry. The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now.
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
And welcome back. Thanks for waiting and being patient with us while we got things situated again. It's week one, day one here, so to be expected, we want the best environment for the players, of course. But again, it's us, the We Bear Bros. It's Be Nice to Leo and Renmar, and we are just moments away, hopefully, from the draft here for this first game against Twisted Minds and Aurora Gaming. We've already kind of talked about, you know, the stipulations here leading into this and what we can expect, I would say, especially like we mentioned with red side kind of, you know, being favored here. Also, we'll have to see here from Edward, though. It could be a big moment here. Third most played games in MPL PH history, 448 with a 56.7% win rate. And I know, again, a lot of these players have milestones ahead of them that maybe even will happen or fall into place here.
Yeah, by the way, if Edward wins this series here against Twisted Minds, he'll be the third player in MPL Philippines history to reach 100 wins. So he currently stands at 99 series wins throughout MPL Philippines. If he gets this, he gets past that threshold.
Pretty crazy to understand because he debuted in Season 4.
Yes.
So I wonder if the stats show this, but the players he's chasing in 1 and 2 have been here far longer than him.
Since Season 1, right? Or
Season 1 or in Season 2, I think, if I'm not mistaken, those stats show.
Yeah.
So that means all his hard work, never taking a break from Season 4 onwards, is paying off.
I mean, it's in the name, man. Mr. Consistent.
Mr. Consistent.
What else?
He's definitely on his way, of course, still, and he's done a lot. I mean, any time, really, for a lot of people, they do just kind of pay attention to what Edward does around the map. You know, he's one of the more well-known, I would say, especially XP laners and how he plays and how he sets things up. Now, specifically, too, XP lane, I know, has had some of its own changes, right? We've been focusing a lot on some of these other roles and some of the things that can happen here. But now for XP lane, I feel like it's still, I said this last season, I was like, I really like where XP lane is. Like, I feel like it's one of the more healthy versions that the XP lane has been in. I know,
for sure.
I know Uranus has popped up again, but I don't know if he will.
Hopefully never again.
Hopefully never again, but here we
Very
go.
little success.
Very little success or not. We're finally going to jump into the draft here to see what does end up happening for this first phase. And again, just pointing it out, you know, we got Twisted Minds here on that red side. RORA is over here. Bans are already down.
The Immortal One chose me to vanquish the
Looks
shadows
like it's
that
gonna be
plague
the
this
man
world.
himself, Suyo.
Okay, so Suyo Joy trade is off. Suyo Nolan trade is online. Eve is
Fight for
up,
the
but
ultimate
now for
answer.
Twisted Minds, they'll go for the Harith priority. First 2 picks, quite a rarity actually. Usually see Harith come in third, but it is one of the main gold laners right now in the league. While of course the Hilda, which is one of the healthy EXP lane picks that we talked about earlier.
You know, with Hilda, where does that fit still, like, in this current meta? Since we're always talking about new meta, new era, could this also still work as a roam? I know it does pop up mostly in the XP lane, but even roam, like, the pressure, is it still good enough?
No, I think based on the performance of the teams who would field Hilda, they need an extra level of CC, vision, and initiation. So yeah, Hilda definitely, I'd say 4 out of 5 times won't fly in the roam.
And so for Aurora, they go ahead and pick up the Granger. One of the main traits right now in the gold lane, Harith versus Granger. Whoever gets those power picks, and of course, with what he brings to the table, with bringing people low even before the fight could begin. And of course, the Phobius, which has popped up as one of the best EXP laners that you can pick if you want to be aggressive. If you want to be able to hold, what, 3v1, 4v1 to allow your team to follow up. Phobius is built for that. Edward is ready for that.
Yeah, he is, and you know, completely agree. Phobius is just kind of in your face, and there's not too much you can do about it now. If you're able to set up that real-world manipulation, maybe it helps kind of get in that favor again. We've seen this combination so often with the Eve and the Harith. That's so deadly when you're thinking about that death box itself, and especially when the Zaman forces drop down. Now we have to take a look at the second phase of bans here. What are we thinking?
Twisted Minds, Coach Bon gonna start taking away mid laners, and there's one solid one. Haji had definitely, with the Eve, has mid lane priority.
Yeah.
Although there's no room for magic damage anymore, we've seen in previous outings in the past, 3 or 4 months, that if an Eve is in your draft, they're definitely dealing the most damage in the first 10 minutes of the game, so that's enough.
Yeah.
So now for Twisted Minds, it's interesting that Aurora is actually respecting the possibility of a roam Hilda instead of an EXP Hilda because of the bans that they're prioritizing the EXP lane. You wouldn't think that they ban CC, but RORA are still leaning into the possibility that this Hilda can go into the roam. I like this ban here on the Jawhead because of how he's popped up as one of the most aggressive and surprisingly best roamers if you want to snowball really quickly. It isn't always a sure thing that you'll win the early game with the Jawhead, but it's just better to be safe than sorry.
And with this last ban, we'll see if they still kind of focus on some of those XP options. Maybe that CC too, you know, just kind of covering their bases, because we did mention, you know, 4 out of the 5 times you expect the Hilda to go in the XP lane, but there is always that chance. And I think that's part of it, you know, for Coach Master the basics.
And all the more, I think Aurora are just really covering their bases, making sure that they're sure, is if you put Hilda in the hands of a player like Sensui, you're missing out on a lot of the mechanics that Sensui Instincts opens up for you in the roam. Hilda's I hate to say it, a brain-dead hero. That's not a Twisted Minds type of hero.
Just run straight.
Hey, look at that! It's a Hanzo ban!
Okay, Hanzo's going to be banned out here. What are you leaning towards here, Renmar, for these next picks from Twisted Minds?
Well, I'm ready to get my mind twisted if ever they're really just gonna put this Hilda in the roam and the EXP lane isn't showed yet.
Don't do it.
They need a strong frontline holder. Hilda ain't that against this lineup, but they might just open it. If it's not there, the roam, I wonder if they'll consider the Tigreal, but it's difficult because the Valentina's still open on the side of Aurora.
Maybe you take Red 5. Because if you say it now, Tigreal Sensui with the Sensui Instincts, I'm all for it.
Oh, okay.
They save it, they save it!
They do save it, so they're going to save that last pick. They go with the Hayabusa. Aggressive jungler versus an aggressive jungle. Now the last 2 picks here.
Yeah, they're cooking right now, whatever Twisted Minds is thinking about putting into the roam or EXP trade. Aurora, I think they can slot in a Gata Kacha roam or Khalid roam if they want to. That will give difficulty for this Eve. In terms of the mid laner up against the Harith, you can... no, I still would highly suggest Valentina because you actually turn off any big-ticket ultimate roamers on the side of Twisted Minds, and even EXP laners if they're thinking about going into the Edith. It's a great deterrent pick if they go for that in the mid lane.
Oh, okay.
Even when all is
We're going to
forlorn.
get to see the Cho, and then there's the Vexana, another common pick in that mid lane. So they got great setup potential just with the Cho alone, and, you know, this will... We'll see if actually Renegade is able to go ahead and play that part.
Yeah, I understand why they picked the Vexana over the Valentina, because the Valentina has conditional CC.
Yeah.
They definitely need something more proactive. They don't want the extra step between ult and fight. So they'd rather go for something that they can control, which again helps Yue. That's the Vexana.
Yeah, it rounds out the draft really well considering their roamer is single target lockdown. You needed that AoE. So still, it was a good route taken by Aurora. Is this going to be a very surprising pick? Is it just going to default into a Tigreal? What's it going to be, Twisted Minds? Are you going to shock us for the very first day?
Oh, it's okay. It's Hylos.
Yeah, that's not very shocking.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Hylos has seen a decline. In the last couple of days of Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 in the playoffs, he just started dipping.
Yeah, I guess you could just say it's just a pathway now, not that glorious anymore.
Hey, it's still a pathway though.
It's still a pathway.
So I don't know what the plan is here. What, double down on the AoE zoning? He's like,
I
real
think
world,
so.
glorious balance.
Summon Force, just throw everything, you know, at this point.
Yeah, you know what? That's like, I mean, if you're putting a jungler in a completely new role, that's like the safest way to go for. Pop down ultimates, play around the ultimates. Don't ask for anything fancy. That's like raw, pure MLBB.
I want to know exactly, going back to the key to victory here, is like, what is the Sensui instincts with this pick? How will this play a part into the whole plan, the whole play?
It's very macro-centric, and it's a new kind of Sensui instinct we've never seen before. Confirmed, he is playing the Hylos, rocking a Revitalize on it, so I don't know what happened to Sensui in Malaysia.
To Mobile Legends.
I don't know. We'll see what it unfolds here, but this is the opening game, opening match for MPL Philippines Season 15. Is it going to be a new era ahead of us? We're going to find out with these first two teams battling now, Twisted Minds and Aurora Gaming. Now we get it situated here. Redmar, how's it looking for the emblems?
Oh, well, for right now in the beginning of the game, you got the Hilda aggressively going into the mid. So he gave the vision. Actually, the Demon Kite is in his orange buff, so that's info already for Twisted Minds. While he's in the mid lane, he just completely left the Phobius there. And speaking of the emblems that you mentioned, let's just think about that some other time.
Ask and you shall receive. Eventually, we'll get there.
We'll get there eventually, you know? But yeah, that's the main thing, I think, you know, for the early game, things kind of getting situated here. One thing I really want to know is, because of the Hayabusa for MP the King, how aggressive can he start? Especially the fact that you have a Cho across from you and it's Renegade, and we all know, you know, the Hitman, that he's got his name for a reason, how aggressive he's going to be.
I'll tell you now, on behalf of MP the King, not at all. You see how this Hayabusa did not cross the river at all? But what's bothering me is how come Renegade is not crossing the river too? You mentioned how aggressive he is, but he's here being more of a security guard instead of a hitman.
Yeah, his rotations right now just speak of, let me protect Doming Kite first. So Twisted Minds went into this with a possibility that it's going to be a hyper-aggressive Twisted Minds trying to get the gold laner down early. But right now, Twisted Minds here first against Aurora in the center of the map.
Forcing some shadows out from MP the King. Hajizi playing with range here, down to a third of his health. A little bit of a back and forth action. No real conclusion just yet. Look at that amazing cut down bottom.
Yeah. That was a big cut down at the bottom. Now, fight.
Oh, Sensui looking very low despite popping the Revitalize. Gets slain by the last Raider. The steal by MP the King, though, on the turtle, and they're happy with their objective. They back off. Here comes Aurora with the rest of the squad coming through. Yue blasting James, and here's a real elimination. Defensively used by Hajizi. Purple still standing. And the rest of Aurora back off.
Yo, Hajizi saved that purple buff from falling into the hands of Aurora. He had to use his ultimate to do it, but they needed to make sure they kept it. And I think this is where we're seeing a little bit of the inexperience of Sensui in the roam role. You should not be that deep for the first turtle if the purple buff of your purple buff dependent hero hasn't been taken yet, because you leave yourself susceptible to getting invaded. Good thing Hajizi saved the situation.
Yeah, not only that too, but some of those little decisions will play a part as they transition here. Renegade is gonna get that level 4. He might just try to slow down MP, but it looks like he's spotted out, so he finds him and he backs out. So again, a kind of a, you know, maybe a misplay to an extent there, that first turtle, but look at the fight here, still in the jungle.
Ooh, glorious pathway, sent in to punish Renegade. Another one, EG, keeping Sensui down, throwing him 6 feet under the ground. Another free kill for Aurora.
That felt also just like an unfortunate timing by Sensui, going up against one of the most talented mid laners, Yue. His EG was put down perfectly.
Not only that, but you know, you saw the pathway drop down, but he was just seconds off from having the Revitalize.
I don't blame Sensui again. You saw Renegade use the flicker.
Yeah.
So that's a clear go sign, and that was what his instincts told him to do. It's just there wasn't much follow through, and he got punished instead.
Yeah, again, it goes back to the thought, pathway right now ain't that glorious. It's gonna take some time to be able to build it properly.
I think it's a Hylos issue, man. Just the whole kit unless you're really bearing down on an assassin,
Yeah.
that's gonna do the job. But here we see Demon Kite, looking to save Renegade, not gonna work out. Finally, Twisted Minds on the kill board.
All right, Twisted Minds, good response from them. At a crucial time too. I mean, this turtle's gonna be up here, but I'm not sure if they're gonna have free reign on it. Game's gonna make his way. They will start the turtle up though, and RORA, he's zoned out here for a little bit.
North pathway, man advantage for Twisted Minds. Demon Kite very low, the EG used to save the Suyo, the jungler, and another turtle scored by Twisted Minds. They're looking to punish. How deep can they get? James here might get caught out, retreating underneath the river brush. A little bit more CC, and the deep dive by Mr. Consistent. One more takes him down.
And that's going to be difficult for any high loss to get out of because your roamer is, or EXP laner that you're paired with is different. Already, Jay!
Way of the dragon, serving up a kill to Demon Kite.
Hitman thing still activated, and Renegade, after getting read out by Twisted Minds before that previous turtle, now he was able to read Twisted Minds' rotation and take out MP the King. Great adjustment by Aurora.
Great adjustment. It looks like they're not gonna just let up at all here. They're looking to make plays even in various lanes across the map right now. They might have lost the two turtles, but you can see the response from RORA, and that's also Skypiercer now locked in for Doming Kite.
And the Starlium Scythe in outplayed. So about 5 minutes in, I'm gonna say it now, yes, Insui has died 3 minutes since, but also nobody's touched outplayed. And this is dangerous. If you give a Harris that mid-game power spike, you could see the tables turn.
And definitely Aurora has to watch out for that because Outplay is getting really aggro, but he does have Sensui with him in lane. That has to be the warning shot for Aurora, that at some point they're going to really have to make a move for the gold lane, try to get a kill onto him. If not get a kill, just delay his farm. Speaking of, Thunderbelt already built up for Hilda. You got the Starlium for the Harith, and it's the 2-item rush for the Granger, the typical Hunter Strike, and a Sky Piercer for him.
Yeah, again, playing into this, they want to put pressure up here under this tier 1 turret top side. Renegade won't be able to find anything just yet. He does have Flicker available, so he could always pull that trigger, but they know Turtle is going to be up in about 10, and that's why you see some of the placements here. James!
Ooh, he's very deep, forcing Doming Kite to back off. The glorious pathway by Sensui, compromising Renegade's positioning, and the clapback now. Sensui forces to revitalize, taken down once more, serving up a kill to Demon Kite. The man advantage going into the last turtle goes to Aurora.
MP?
Oh, they're not done. Shadow kill by MP the King. Does get the quad shadow out using maximum range. They're still not done. Here comes outplayed. He does get compromised once more. The kick, the combo. Too late, the real world manipulation. James does find one. All this while Doming Kite was pushing off Cam.
There's a lot of crowd control on the side of Twisted Minds needs to deal with. Single target getting maximized really well. The crowd control from the Fulvius, the Cho, the Vexana all together. It's getting Twisted Minds, well, sorry for the pun, twisted up in terms of the engagements of when to take it and what happens when they actually decide to take it.
It's interesting because, again, the concept is there. The theory with the lineup that they have is there. They just haven't found that right timing yet to make this all work. And a big thorn in the side of them is Renegade on the toe. Like right now, he's going to go ahead and spot them out, zone them out from this turtle. They might be able to claim this one. Here's the pathway.
They set it up. Another shadow set. It's Yue who gets the turtle. Shields and damage all the way for Aurora. They take down James. Edwards still alive. Deep diving in. Infernal Pursuit onto Hajizi, replacing him, repositioning him. Edward! Now they're still going. Down goes Edward, killed by Outplayed, and trading up for Sensui. 2 for 1. Currently going for a beeline into mid.
It's not an EXP lane diff, and it's an EXP lane hit diff. Obvious over Hilda. That's the story.
That is the story. We're going to take a look here in just a second at the replay of that fight. Again, it took some time to get to the fight for the third turtle, but look at this difference here with the lineups that they have. And again, like you said, look at what Edward's actually able to do. The Hilda can't do this. You can't just go ahead and force yourself in pursuit against 3.
But that's what he tried to do. So he fundamentally went for a play that would punish him at the end of the day. And now they're forced to play off of the map. They're going where Aurora isn't, because that's the wrath of this 4K gold lead.
And right now the lead is actually slipping Very much so over the Harith against the Granger, because now 3 items locked in. Malefic Roar already locked in for Dominkite, while still on the way to the Holy Crystal is outplayed. So they're sacrificing, both of them actually, the side lane, far lane in their respective towers. So that's just going to level out, and it's going to boil down to another fight around the center of the river, which again, how will Twisted Minds answer the Phobias when it comes to team fights? Because right now, they don't have the answer. With the Harith lacking the Holy Crystal still, every dash the Harith uses just helps Edward.
And not only that, but the fact that Edward did just pick up a Radiant Armor too. You know, so like there's so much magic damage on this profile from Twisted Minds lineup that Edward being that guy in the front and then being able to soak that up and has that magic resistance is going to help him do it even more.
Save for the late game spike that Twist is now looking for. That's all they have. That's all, unless they snowball in the early game, it would have been too late. Oh my God, just off the camera, MP the King gets run through by Aurora in his attempt to get the purple. This all but seals the Lord. Now Edward trying to get some in. EG into 3! Down goes Edward, killed by James. Renegade as well, outplayed, is going insane. Yue goes down, 3 for 1, 3 for 2 the current trade. Now James is taken down by Dominkite, 3 for 3. The river is bloody.
I gotta say, good job for James, because we just talked about what the Hilda can and can't do. Well, at least he was able to do that and stop too.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about with the lineup of... Oh, wait, Hachi's in!
Point blank, blasted by Dominkite. This is my boomstick.
You know, for Twisted Minds, without their ultimates, it's hard for them to engage. We talked about their lineup being drop, ulti, we fight, we win. And, well, they didn't completely win that one, but you get to see just how strong that very basic fundamental idea of MLBB is. The problem still stands. Aurora know the trades and understand the trades very well.
It's just the amount of damage that RORA is able to pump out in such a short amount of time. And Dominkite, he's already a problem. You know, you can see it from this replay here. This was a good engage, and keep an eye too on James. He goes to the backside, puts enough pressure, but the same thing happens under that death box we were talking about on the other side.
All right. Action slowed down in real time, by the way. Here we see Renegade playing with fire, forcing out the shadow kill and the kick! MP the King traded for Renegade! It's a blackout Hellcurt ult. Dark Knight falls. Ladies and gentlemen, we're trying to get back into the action. We know that this is a key part of the fight, but it looks like... All right, broadcast has paused. Combat action has paused all around.
It has. It wasn't just us.
All right.
Okay, well...
All right, we'll get back into it.
All right.
Show us the camera angle there. Like, get us behind the players.
All right, look at those fingers. See, claw.
This season. You know what?
We can only assume.
Yeah, we can just only assume.
See, claw.
They're hot in it right now.
Claw.
Yeah.
MP.
That's some aggressive pressing.
He's locked in.
That's not a team fight. He's checking his items right now.
Demon kind as well here, man.
Going through it.
Oh, man. So, like, again, we got to kind of just wait to get back into the game there. But right now, I would say, based on, you know, before we got Hellcurted there, it's not looking too hot, you know, for Twisted Minds in some of these team fights and the way that they're kind of getting blasted before these next objectives do come up.
You know what? This is just evident of Twisted Mind's decision to play in pure absolutes. Every single hero does one singular thing well, and if it doesn't go well, and they don't get the trades that they want, goes sideways. That's exactly what happened when they got those 3 for 3 or 3 for 2s. And then immediately, RORA goes for the Lord. Because RORA is able to slip through the cracks. All other heroes can capitalize and punish when your timing is off.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the difficult things we're seeing with the draft of Twisted Minds. The fact that they decided to prioritize the Hilda very early on into the draft. It felt like they were leaning into it. They had some idea towards it, but at the end of the day, when you prioritize a pick like Hilda, first 2 picks on the red side, that screams comfort. That screams confidence from your EX player that, okay, I can win this lane. Pick this for me. You're giving info to the other team that it's a potential switch pick, even though Hilda has always fallen into the EXP lane pick recently.
Yeah.
But now it feels like with the high loss pick in the last, it's sort of just like, wait, what happened to the plan?
The flex wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
They invested so much in the flex, but they were looking at their notifications flex just went down like 3%, 10%,
They almost-
15%.
It almost makes you wonder, like, what if, you know, again, it is only the first game, so I don't want to, like, go too deep into what could have been, but I'm almost wondering, too, like, what if it was that Tigreal, you know, would have it been a better case? Because right now, I just think the lineup from RORA is being executed so well because of the amount of crowd control that they have. And I know when we went into the game, we were like, man, you know, they have a choke. It's a lot of that single target lockdown.
Yeah.
But even with the EG, like the Eternal Guard alone from this Vexana pick is actually causing a lot of issues for Twisted Mind's lineup, you know, on how to execute in those team fights.
So just an update for our viewers there. The game has paused, and as it stands, 13 minutes and 34 seconds into the game, RORA have a significant lead in the map and in the gold. They have a 7,000 gold lead, 43,000 to 36,000 of Twisted Minds, while after the kill and trade between MP the King and Renegade that we saw before the Hellcurd ult, there was actually 3 turrets taken by Aurora.
Because they had a Lord marching
Yeah.
through.
Because they had a Lord marching through, meaning that right now Twisted Minds find themselves in a very difficult position in the map, with Aurora having a considerable lead.
And even with that, it makes me wonder, you know, with Twisted Mind's lineup, this lineup should, in theory, do well on defense. It should. Like, if you think about the Eve and having the Harith there too, and yeah, the Pathway, the Glorious or not.
But consider this. That's like having good cardio going on an MMA fight.
That's true.
I'm gonna last long, but I'm not gonna win. You know, you're planning for not losing.
Yeah.
So what's the next step? How do they get there? Do they punish? Do they like take down Renegade and then they go on to the next dude, take down Edward? If that happens, if they find a way to do that, then we can start thinking of the next step.
It makes me wonder if, yeah, like if you're going to dissect on exactly how they approach that base defense, then maybe they're able to catch someone. But even then, when you look at the lineup, who is going to be the one to catch someone off guard, you know, from RORA? Because even for Domenkite, man, he's had free reign from the back, and that's why the Granger is so great here. You know, it's such a great pick against this specific lineup from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, exactly. Even if you could say that Hajizi and Outplayed timed their ultimates perfectly alongside Sensui's Glorious Pathway, and you have members of RORA trapped, Edward's still going to be able to buy so much time while dealing damage. Renegade can buy so much time while dealing crowd control that, again, it boils back to the idea of Domenkite and Yue are so happy from the backline, just tearing everybody up.
Interesting fact here, by the way. Hajizi holds the highest kills, 19 with 0 deaths. 19-0 back in MPL PH history. This is season 6. Well, using Roger versus BSB. I'm sure you gentlemen. Were you gentlemen there?
No, we were not.
You weren't there?
We jumped in during the playoffs. Yeah, so we were not there for this momentous event. And what's crazier is this is from an older era of MLBB. This was pre-franchise. This was during the pandemic.
Yeah.
And this even trumps Innocent's murderous run at M6. What was the record? 17?
17? I think it was 17.
On a Granger?
Yeah.
Haji still trumps him, man.
And,
So-
and on a Roger, by the way.
that's right. So whenever Innocent comes home, it's like, nice try, young blood.
Young blood.
Pretty sure they're closer to age. You know, they would have come each other up, but still 19 and 17?
Yeah, that's pretty
Different
crazy.
time, too. So there's still a record.
19-0. So back then, this would have been KDA machine.
Oh, yeah, for sure. that is
100%.
that is skewed stats to the max.
I mean, right now in this game, not a machine, but he's a pretty respectable KDA from a losing position. 1-1-5, 7 total kills on the side of Twisted Minds, meaning that Haji's been a big part of every win that Twisted Minds has seen so
There
far.
for like 95%.
Yeah, 95% of it, the difficulty. While I think we really have to acknowledge the fact that, I mean, I feel like we could say we've casted and seen so many games.
Yeah.
The disconnect between Sensui and MP the King right now just feels so real. Like that point where Aurora just full invaded the jungle of the Hayabusa. He was left alone while Sensui and the others decided to loop around, trying to look for a gank. That just screamed someone still getting used to the rotational timings of a roamer.
Yeah, I'll do you one better. Just like Twisted Minds being so committed to absolutes, I'm gonna roll back on my whole parabolic chamber practice that since we went through. I think he's not comfortable with the role, with his teammates. It's just very clear
Just
that
the role in general.
I think the hero is picked out of place too. Like, I mean, they haven't lost yet, but it's a clear factor to everything that's happened in the past 13 minutes.
He's still at SS1 in this role.
Not even SS, bro.
He's not even SS?
He's like, he's at Krillin levels.
Give
right
him
now.
the Sensu bean at this point, man. Sensu
what?
Sensu bean.
Sensu.
Sensu bean. Give Sensui a Sensu bean.
The one that the
one they
fat
eat.
cat provides.
Yeah.
Up in the sky.
It's like the thing they eat when they're really down and out, and then all
But
of a
not
sudden
dead yet.
they're not dead.
You need a Dragon Ball.
Yeah,
to-
yo, you guys just exposed me for not watching Dragon Ball.
Oh my
Hey.
God, that's his quirk. Oh!
Yeah, that's my quirk, and not the superpower.
It's just a defect.
It's just a defect.
It's a cultural defect.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. Like, I can go for ages about different anime, but not that one.
Hey,
I'm
that's
so
okay.
sorry, y'all. I
That's
hyped out though when I saw the clips of what Goku's been doing. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, I
You
haven't
know who
caught up
Goku
there.
is even?
Hey,
Yeah, he's the
course
one
I
with the
do.
blue armor.
He did wear blue armor at some point.
At some point he did.
I know Bulma and Android very well.
Okay.
They're great characters.
How do you know them so?
No, I mean like, yo, that clip with like, how she stopped Vegeta with like fighting, that was pretty cool. And he
Android 18 is arguably one of the best characters in pop culture.
100%. Like, yeah, I've never seen it, and I still like.
Great turn, like as a villain, and then we're getting sidetracked.
Yeah, we are.
We are getting sidetracked, but I'm still going to stand by the point that, and build up of what Leo was saying, that, yeah, I have to agree. The way this is going right now, Sensui, there's a disconnect that's happening here, at least for game one. Again, I'm hoping
sure.
that, you know, this is just one of those things where they need some of that time to build up.
Yeah.
But it's clear that our kind of concerns coming into this, and seeing that when we did see Sensui was going to be playing Rome and knowing how good he is in the jungle. But again, you have two contrasting players, and I don't know, could they still eventually, obviously not for the series, but still switch things out? Like, would Sensui end up in the jungle than MP in the Rome? Is that as crazy as what's happening now?
Where's Jomi? Where's Escalera? Where's Jojo? Like, that's what I'm looking for.
I think that's like one of the good things about what Twisted Minds built at their roster is that Sensui, I feel like it's gonna be a lot of pressure on him because of, well, it's shown that he's an option to roam, okay. Escalera's there too, okay. But if ever we fall back to the meta of the Fredrin and the Martis, Sensui's very comfortable in that. If ever we require someone to use those very tanky fighter junglers, Sensui's there to swap in for MP the King if ever that situation arises.
That's what we expected.
Yeah, that's what we thought would happen.
There's another note for you guys out there, a little fun fact. Hanjizi, the only player in MPL PH history to win both RS MVP and Finals MVP in the same season. So regular season and Finals MVP. So what season was this?
I
I'm
would
trying to
reckon
remember.
this was season 8.
I was going to say season
It
8
was
and
season
9.
8.
Yes. This is my first season.
Yeah. So you were there. You saw this happen before your very eyes in the World Trade Center in Pasay City.
With face shields.
Manila. Yes, with face shields. That's right.
At that time we didn't have the face shields anymore. Like
I think we still did.
we did. Okay.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago.
It feels like a long time ago.
4 years ago.
Wow, it's been 4 years.
Man, we getting old.
I don't know about you, but I just turned 23 last month.
Oh yeah, happy birthday. Belated.
Happy belated. We got to get our own little, eventually that'd be a fun fact to do. Little timeline of our, you know, how we had the player history. And I know we're going to be seeing that for each team, I believe, for the 7-year history.
Yep.
Imagine if we had one for the casters.
Turned 16.
Turned 16.
At some point, you're just gonna see 2019 to 2020 for me is just rotten at home as a potato. I was the opposite of a KDA machine.
When did you guys find Mobile Legends? Did you find it when it came out?
Oh, yeah.
It found me.
It found you?
Late 2016 is when I found it. I couldn't believe that there was a MOBA that played the full experience on my phone.
On your phone.
Because I was a kid that grew up in internet cafes, in PC bongs, as they would call them.
PC Bong?
Yeah, I would have to run away from home and hide it from my parents, and I spent a random 2 hours. Like, you know, like when you get abducted by a UFO, you would understand, right?
Yeah.
You have missing time.
Yeah.
My parents would say, "Where were you for 2 hours?" I was at a PC bong.
That was a PC
So yeah,
Bong.
so imagine that. You know, all the money I spent and the time I spent in internet cafes in front of a PC that I didn't own,
Yeah,
in my hands. That's what Mobile Legends was for me.
that was a game changer.
That's right.
I think even for me, it was at a time where I was just like, man, I don't have as much time to sit at a PC Bong. So I might as well just do it on my phone.
Right.
And here we are, years later, right? I know they're having fun out there too, because a lot of the audience here, I didn't know they called that. The U cult. UA cult? The UA cult.
Wait, they have a name for the...
Yes, there was. I was taking a peek at the phones, and that's what they had on the
Wait,
phones.
they have changed? Last I checked, they were UNatics.
Now it's UA cult.
I was inducted as a UNatic.
So now you have to join the U cult.
Yeah.
That's
do you do that?
probiotic.
How do you do that? Who do I have to talk to?
I don't know. I think it's the people up there.
Who
in
is
front now.
who is the chapter master of
The
the
U cult.
UA cult? I might dox myself. Never mind. I don't want to say where I'm from.
That's a woman just asking for a sick leave from her boss.
Mama, yeah. Why later though?
Oh, she's probably night
Maybe
shift.
she works the nights. Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, fresh graduate. Congratulations.
Congratulations. I hope you find
What
a
else we
good
got
job.
here?
Is that Womi? Oh my god!
Oh my gosh. Why is this Womi?
It's the shirt. It says cursed shirt. If you know, you know. I'm not gonna explain it. I've already said some pretty risque things today. I'm not gonna explain that anymore.
Yep,
I actually don't know
featuring
that one.
well-known matinee idols from the early 2000s. Yeah.
Ah.
If you know, you know.
If you don't know, it might look like the players are about to jump back in here. We'll see if once we get through this time.
Less than a minute. Less than a minute.
to go.
Folks, don't hold your breath, but still, you know, like we're hoping. Because the last time we checked in, right, at the 13-minute, 34-second mark, it was actually a fight, and then it was a trade.
No, actually, we have when we get back, we have to catch up because remember we got hell curtained.
There was like 5.
And they were still moving.
There was like 5 seconds of combat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, to recap, after the
See?
last pickoff that we saw, it's UA cult. Yeah,
UA
you're right.
cults.
Yeah, UA cults. Okay.
So there's several? Or are you a cult as a member? I would assume it's the latter.
We
We're gonna have to ask
him.
him.
We have to ask him the specifics of it. Again, when we left
Get a
off,
registration form.
last thing we saw was a trade between Epi the King and Renegade.
Oh.
And what happened after that was Aurora clearing out the map.
Dear Lord, one of the 3 towers that went was an inhibitor down bottom, and now James checking in. River Brush. There's 4 members in vision. Royce Batley set in. Plus a real-world manipulation, and the clapback is real from Aurora, sending back the rest of Twisted Minds. And they spent all of their ults. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a clear take for Aurora. This Lord ain't going nowhere but the Northern Lights.
It's crazy because a different type of Lord messed with him. That was the Eternal Guard, the mini Lord, because it dropped down, hit 3, and it literally stopped Twisted Minds in their tracks. And they're like, nope, never mind.
It's like the 3rd or 4th time that we've seen Twisted Minds just go, because of you, it's really good timing.
Gojira!
You know, that'd be a good skin, like in the Godzilla goes down for the Eternal Guard. But yeah, US timing's been on point, and we're also reminded of one of the biggest problems. Again, we have to reiterate, Twisted Minds cannot reach Dom and Kite safely. Even if they got a good engagement there where they didn't all get knocked up, they still wouldn't have had the space to be able to reach Dom and Kite before Dom and Kite brought them down low with the damage from afar.
Yeah, it's like what we talked about. Again, for Twisted Minds, it's like, who are they going to be able to focus down? Who are they going to go for? Okay, he gets out of there. That's fine. They get ready for this defense. But their best target is probably an overstepped Renegade or a UA if they can. But here we go. We'll see if they hold on to the game right now. They're going to lose the top turret next. They're going to clump up around the base here. They got to deal with this Lord, and they take care of that. We'll see if RORA goes. Renegade has an immortality, so he could take a step forward. Edward as well, the stalwart in the front. They hold on. Mid-turret's going to be the next focus, but right now it's RORA knocking on the door.
Impressive defense by Twisted Minds, losing no bodies and surrendering only the top lane inhibitor. So they live to see another day, another defense. About a minute and a half until the Lord spawns.
Yeah, it's not looking good in terms of the items. MP the King has struggled this entire game. He needs one. If he can get that one item in there, that's when Aurora is really going to start feeling like shadow kill. Even though it's going to be forced or early, is going to be a problem. You don't have to use it to sweep anymore. You can actually use it to just deal the initial burst damage Twisted Minds is having a hard time dealing at the start of a fight from a safe distance. And speaking of distance, again, the Granger is just pounding on Twisted Minds' formation right now.
Save for Haji's real-world manipulation, they are outranged.
Yeah.
Almost every single time.
And that's literally like that Granger pick. You know, it's such a nuisance for Twisted Minds to deal with because, again, when they don't have this kind of like catch ability, they're, one, not going to get close to Dominkai, so then they have to kind of default to, all right, who do we go? I mean, look at the amount of damage he's done. And a lot of that has just been firing off shots from the backside, you know, not really needing to do much because he knows every single time that Twisted Mind wants to actually fight, they're going to fight around Hajizi on that setup with the rear world manipulation. And so everybody's clumped up anyway. So you just go ahead and shoot and shoot and shoot from the back and then let them shine from there.
Renegade baiting something out from Sensui here. Again, one of their only real semblances of a front line and CC. Twisted Minds, they might even have to take this in the base again.
Yeah, with Lord up, speaking of instincts, Aurora, how they checked that formation of Twisted Minds there was just on point. First, the Queller from Demon Kai to spot Sensui. Then you got a Death Sonata spotting out, I believe it was James hugging a shrub. That's just Aurora showing off to Twisted Minds that, like, we're reading you, and that's another great toss of the Death Sonata. Again, formation red, Twisted Minds, yeah, they gotta let this go. If they full commit this Lord here, it's gonna be devastating.
I think this is where, once again, we see if Twisted Minds, if they force it here, again, it's playing against the range, but also the Eternal Guard being dropped down by UA. As long as they're able to get those checked off the box, I think they can put enough pressure towards the backside that they can make a play.
Another read. UA blasts that brush as soon as James walks into it.
That's just familiarity, man. Like, Aurora's in the zone right now in
They
terms
are.
of reading rotations and reading the potential placements of Twisted Minds in the shrubs.
This is now where you go ahead and you have to manage those waves. Bottom and top, you push, but Haji's going to be fine. This might be a play here, though.
All right, Renegade and Edward walk into the white brush. The way of the dragon, compromising. Sensui blasts him, pops his immortality. Renegade goes down. Outplayed as well, just as soon as he gets into range. Dominkai pushing away the back line. And it's all four members of Twisted Minds that entered. Rora's space taken out, and MP the King.
First best of 3 to open up the season. MPL Philippines Season 15. We talked about the lineups coming into the game, and it was a glaring problem for Twisted Minds here, especially on how they executed it. Just not what they wanted going into game number 1.
Wow, that's tough. That's a tough welcome to a new season for a team still discovering themselves for Twisted Minds, while Aurora just showing what they've been on since MPL Philippines Season 14. That, yes, again, the many questions of inconsistency, but when they're firing off on all cylinders, as we mentioned earlier, they're a terrifying team to go up against.
They are, and I think, you know, really looking at this game number 1, again, small sample size for now, but this is kind of what we expected from RORA. You know, you can see where that refinement from their journey through S14, their eventual showing, you know, towards the playoffs and the ending there for the finals. And then even, again, we have to kind of break down what they probably learned and experienced in M6 in Malaysia, even though it wasn't the result that they wanted here. But this looks like a solid showing for the season opener, I would say. Now, they still have another game to win here, but the way that they played game 1, it's hard to pick out where they, you know, had like some of the weak points in the armor for this one.
This is where, as a mind, am I correct to assume that that is the fan club of Twisted Minds?
I would,
Yeah.
If you're a mind,
you're a mind.
this is a juncture where you say, let him cook. But if you let him cook, what does that mean for the lineup? Do you still assume that it's Sensui in the room? Because I'm not buying it. It's just hard to see what they did here, how it works.
Well, again, we'll have to see how they want to do that. For MVP, though, for the game, of course, it is going to be Dome and Kite, a phenomenal game on the Granger, and this is what we were kind of assuming to happen when it was brought up in the draft here. Just phenomenal, 7-0-4.
Yeah, again, everything was set up for him to be able to shine, and he took it on his own hands and was able to execute when they asked him to, especially that last team fight where we saw where he decided to take the initiative to go forward. He said, you know what, I'm at this point with that Harith is down, I can go forward too. I don't have to worry about anyone blasting me in the face and then bursting me down the moment I go forward. He's the one doing the blasting.
Even MP the King couldn't touch Dom and Kite.
Yeah, they couldn't. And I think, again, Renegade, I know we're getting a glimpse of him here, but the early game pressure that he was able to do and even the peeling allowed Dome and Kite to get to that comfortable position, because a lot of the times, too, he's chasing people down like we see here and, you know, able to cap off. But even then, Edward on the Phobius, man. That's why I say all these picks that we saw in the draft, played their parts from start to finish the game.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to understand now also why potentially Twisted Minds got the Hilda instead of the Phobias. Because if they got the Phobias, that would have been a clear sign for Aurora to just go, yeah, let's just pick up the Eve now because that's going to be going great for us. So they pick up the Hilda for a swerve instead. They ended up with the Eve, but then they just had no answer for the Phobias. And Domenkite, of course, again, the MVP of the game, he checked what MP the King was expected to do, which was dive him. Every time MP the King showed up, Aurora had someone with Domenkite, and if they didn't, Domenkite was just ready to blast MP the King the moment before he even got to press a shadow kill.
And all the more, even before the 13-minute mark, before we had that short break, we were already counting out, all right, how does Twisted Minds defend, right? How do they win? Pick off 3 members of Aurora. Towards the final moments of this game, that's what Aurora did. For Domenkite to be able to cut into the back line, as crazy as it is, a Granger cutting into the back line, they picked up the 3 frontliners first, and then they took the game. So Aurora were thinking that far ahead.
Yeah, they were thinking ahead, and that's why I said, you know, Domenkite and a lot of these gold laners, when they get to shine like that, especially throughout the game, they get these MVP performances. You know, the roams, and even to this extent, again, Yue on the Vexana, able to peel with just an Eternal Guard, really lets them to go ahead and position themselves in favor when it comes to the team fights.
Something else to note, exactly why I think Aurora were always on the front foot, always proactive, is because of how this Suya was built. He knows he was building to win. He first built the Hunter Strike instead of the War Axe, which is the more defensive choice. He was just saying, I'm just going to start killing dudes.
Yeah, because usually if I'm not mistaken, the build path for Suyos that really got popular in SPS was you get the Fury Hammer, then you go War Axe, then you full build the Hunter Strike.
Here he went all the way.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's definitely him going, yeah, no, we got this, it's fine. Like, we're reading the rotations really well, we're setting the tempo really well. And yeah, I think going into the next game, Twisted Minds can honestly just go for a little bit more of a conservative approach in terms of their drafting. The Hilda was a wild choice. The fact that you're prioritizing Harith on the red side has sort of petered down as a wild choice. We just realized how strong Harith actually is as a power pick. But yeah, swap out that Hilda pick could have been something else.
Yeah, swap it out, but also I think in this sense for MP the King, you know, he wasn't really able to do too much on the Hayabusa, and like we even mentioned, like when we got that glimpse, we jumped into the game early on, you know, he wasn't as aggressive that we might have expected, and so when you're playing a little more passive, I feel like on certain heroes, you know, you're going to put yourself on the back foot from the jump, you know, and unfortunately, then when you have to consider the disconnect on the setups with your roam, you're just going to fall further and further behind in that jungle.
Which I think is just a byproduct of the team being new and their chemistry being, you know, less than stellar. They're going to rely on more conservative strategies, which is, again, all AoE, all zoning, all in on our carry here, and then MP the King will clean up. The question lies, like, how much more conservative can you get? Because this is a very CC-heavy lineup. And contrary to what you would assume, it's Aurora who did not pick any Purifies.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, again, there's a lot they can adjust from, but before we get to that next game, we are going to have to go ahead and throw it over to an interview. To give us a little break from this game, let's go ahead and throw it over to the host.
Salamat, casters, at break muna tayo sa ating laro. And now we have the Executive Director of Philippine Esports Organization, Mr. Marlon Marcelo.
What's good? Hello, hello.
Sir
hello.
Lon, kumusta? It's nice to have you here against the MPL Philippines.
Exciting tong mga happenings natin, especially for esports. Happy for you guys and looking forward for more action.
And we're really happy that you're here as well. Kasi isa to sa mga games or isa to sa mga titles na talagang kinikilala talaga ang Pilipinas. Most especially with MLBB's inclusion in the 2026 Asian Games. It's definitely exciting, but I want to know personally from you, Boss Lon, ano bang significance, how significant is MLBB's addition to the Asian Games has been?
For me, it's really big. One thing's for sure, the Philippines is going for the medal if ever mag-qualify tayo dito sa MLBB category. And the plans are on its way. Right now, the short-term goal is to win, of course, yung SEA Games. Pero dahil may Asian Games na, this is one way higher than SEA Games. So talagang aabangan dapat yan.
Kaabang-abang nga ang dapat mangyari. Boss Lon, alam natin na 2026 pa to and mabilis lang din naman ang panahon. How are your preparations so far for the Asian Games?
Of course, first of all, nakafocus tayo for SEA Games. Kasi we have our short-term, mid-term, and long-term goal. First, short-term goal natin, SEA Games, mid-term natin, Asian Games, and if ever long-term is Esports Olympics. So nag-align lahat ng mga natala. 2025 SEA Games, 2026 Asian Games, tapos 2027 Olympics. And we expect na dapat manalo tayo dyan.
Parang
Dami?
paakyat ng paakyat,
Oo.
no? Yung pataas ng level ng competition. And with that being said, Boss, I want to know as well, I think a lot of people are definitely curious about this. What about the selection process? Ano ba ang posibleng asahan ng mga MLBB fans, MPL fans, and especially with everybody else kung paano natin pipiliin yung ating mga representatives?
Basta, ang masasabi ko lang, Avengers Assemble, mag-ready na kayo. Marami tayong pwedeng gagawin, but I am not privy to divulge this information yet. Let's just move forward muna. Let's focus on the short-term goal, which is yung SEA Games.
One at a time,
Yes.
Boss Lon. And gaano nga ba kahalaga itong inclusion ng MLBB sa community na to?
Sobrang laking bagay niyan kasi number one, hindi naman mapagkakaila na yung MLBB, malaki ang tsansa ng Pilipinong magka-medal. So, ang gusto ko, manalo tayo ng medal sa mga sasalihan nating events.
Yan ang gusto nating lahat na mangyari sa mga susunod pa na sasalihan ng MLBB teams natin. Maraming salamat, Mr. Marlon Marcelo, our Executive Director of Philippine Esports Organization. Once again, bumalik na muna tayo sa Land of Dawn para makita kung ma-extend nga ba ang serye o tatapusin na ng ating teams.
Great to hear from Hans, Odin, and of course Mr. Marcelo there, the executive director from PESO. So just to kind of give you a quick iteration of what happened there and what they were talking about. Again, 2026 Asian Games are happening. MLBB is going to be one of the games played there. And like Mr. Marcelo said, you know, if the Philippines are playing in a competition, they're most likely at least going to get a medal. You know, that's one big thing because we know how strong the Philippines has been for Mobile Legends esports.
Specifically an MLBB medal event.
Yes.
That's what you can rely on. And that's what Lon said. One half of Lon Induno, courtesy of one of esports greats.
Well, of course, before we get to the matchup, you guys, we want to let you know you can be featured as the next MPL PH Superfan of the Month. All you have to do is join the MPL Philippines official group, engage with the community, and then just keep those interactions positive.
Share any MPL-related news and updates in the group for your chance to be named as the MPL PH Superfan of the Month.
You saw a preview there, actually.
That was a preview. I was going to say, we got a little preview there, you know. So to be the Superfan of the Month, guys, just share any news and updates in the group, engage with the community, and then, of course, keep it positive. You can also, of course, there's a QR right there, so you guys can join the official Discord channel as well. So we've got a ton of platforms and spaces for our community to join, and who knows what we have in store for our great community out there.
Yeah, I really like the initiatives we've been taking, especially since last season, to get closer to the community. We did it a lot on-site. We're still doing it on-site, but now we're also going to be doing a lot more of it online.
That's legit us. When you see somebody in that group commenting using our names and our profiles,
Yeah, that's us.
legit us. So I have to start deleting some comments. I got real toxic the other day.
It's okay to real talk in the groups, man.
Yeah, one of the awkward moments
You just keep it positive.
I didn't use any profanity.
Yeah. People have called me a scammer. It's like, you're not
call
really.
you a scammer?
Yeah, you're not really Redmar. It's like, sir, just visit my profile, please.
You send him a selfie?
Like it's actually me.
That's what I try to do too, you know? Just send him a selfie if you have to. But also a little headline here, Doman Kite's Granger is untouchable in Game 1. And that's pretty much the picture that we painted here, especially with Redmar breaking down the post-game stats. And, you know, that might be something too that maybe Twisted Minds goes for. Maybe they try to prioritize getting their hands on the Granger too, unless it's banned out this time around. But, you know, again, it wasn't just that Granger. It was literally just a battle of two teams who clearly, like, when you look at RORA across the board, they're all synced up.
Yeah.
You know, again, they've had plenty of time to get to that point, and everybody was playing their part regardless of which hero it was, but it just worked out for them. Where on the other side, the flip side, Twisted Minds, you know, it almost felt like they were twisting their own minds. Like they weren't able to actually execute the lineup that they brought to the table and fight, you know, toe-to-toe, except maybe a couple moments where it looked like they could win a team fight. But then, like Leo mentioned within the game, you know, even if you're able to do that, the gold gap, the itemization gap between the two teams really showed its course as well.
Yeah, they really didn't have a stopper for that Phobius. Say what you will about the high loss, you can only do so much. You let down that one stun that you can do on the Phobius, then what? He's going to be up in the air, jumping again, buying time while dealing damage.
It's tough, man. When you're a Hylos, and I know a couple Hylos mains out there, I feel for you guys, right? But for Game 2, the side selection here, of course, RORA, they're going blue.
Yeah, so Aurora being the away team gets to pick what side they're going to be on come Game 2, and they decide to go for the throat. Basically what happened in Game 1 was they opened with Suyo, and then the crux of Game 1, that Granger pick happened. So that's what they're doing here. They're saying, you know what, RORA, sorry, Twisted Minds, let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's see how you guys will change. And this will allow for Twisted Minds to do something that Coach Bonchan and Coach Esson are so good at, reiteration.
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to do that? Do you think they're just going to try to go play like the same draft for the first 3 picks in the first phase and then adjust?
I think they will adjust their first 3 picks though. For the bans, definitely, I think they will stick with it. Take out the Fanny, take out the Matilda, and most importantly, take out the Juicin. Again, doubling down the idea of you're playing with a roamer who's still getting used to it. If you're still trying to get used to playing the roam in the pro scene, on the pro stage, you do not want to go up against a Juicin.
So something tells me maybe they go Granger first, Granger X, because we want to let go of the Hilda, right? The Hilda kind of put him in a hole. They forced them to play a certain way. So maybe Suyo for Aurora, Granger X.
That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting them to at least like contest the Granger, so to speak, you know, try to do that, because honestly, if they wanted to, like RORA could just end up picking a Suyo again and roll with that punches and then see how Twisted Minds is going to go ahead and adjust from that point.
Yeah, if RORA picks Suyo first pick, Twisted Minds, if we're going to go with the idea with Granger X, they can actually go Granger Phobius. That means you'll be giving the Harith plus potentially the Eve on the other side. Then that's where Twisted Minds' third pick can really change things up in terms of what to expect from Twisted Minds.
Or Granger Eve. You just outrange Aurora.
Yeah, that would be good too. Like your idea was range and reaching the back. Yeah, you just go for pure range and have RORA play potentially the lineup that's gonna go dive. With the Granger Eve, then that means RORA's for sure gonna lock in Farsa in one of their first 3 picks if they want to be able to match the range.
We also have to give a little bit of room that there could be some surprise picks coming through here again, even with RORA, you know, what we expected from them and how were they able to perform in Game 1. They could bring some of the surprise picks out already as they're trying to obviously, you know, win the series, get a sweep here. But if it happens to be the Suyo and they build up off that, then I think, you know, these trades between the early draft phase is going to be clear on the game plan, I would say. Now for Twisted Minds, like I said, I think regardless of what game plan they come into Game 2 with, it's more of like the fundamentals that they really have to go and work with here. So, but you can also work here with your power pose. Put your game face on and make your smart power pose. You guys watching at home on the English broadcast, if you feel like power posing in your chair or on your couch, feel free to.
Yeah, do the dome and kite pose, folks, here in the MPL Arena. What is this? Is this the...
This is a stop.
The don't touch me?
Don't touch me.
Or talk to my palm.
No. Yes, talk to the hand, talk to the palm.
What is this saying? Talk to my palm or
talk to my palm.
Talk to the hand?
Talk to my palm. Yeah.
Talk to my palm.
Oh, he's got the jersey too.
And the hairstyle.
Is he winning? Oh.
Is he Dom and Kite's long lost sibling?
I was gonna say they kind of look related.
Or a cousin?
That's Comingdite.
What is it?
Comingdite.
Comingdite.
Yeah.
All right.
It's his cousin.
That's
twice removed.
Removed from where?
Yeah, I was gonna say removed
from the family tree.
Wow,
it's a reunion.
off the tree.
Yeah, it's a reunion.
Well, congratulations to him. I think he won the power pose. We only got to see one pose, by the way, so I don't know.
Folks just wasn't ready.
They weren't ready to do the most.
Yeah, I think people are also still getting warmed up, trying to remember that we have that whole segment. You know, I think it was tilted to the other side. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Our
You win
Get
prizes.
used to it. You do. We have actually a lot of prizes for the people that get to watch in person.
Folks just come empty-handed. They leave with like
A lot.
totes.
Yeah, goodie bags, merch.
By the way, we have an arcade.
That's right. With our new partner in esports, Time Zone, you
Time
can
Zone.
win like mallets,
Yeah, it's crazy. We have actual arcade machines outside, guys. So come on down.
little foosball.
We spent a lot of time. We will spend a lot of time there this season, I feel like. You
Yeah.
know? But of course, there's plenty of stuff for you guys to come watch. And I know, I think week 1 for the most part is sold out, I want to say. So you guys want to make sure you get your tickets while you can.
Yeah.
For the regular season, because it's pretty packed here, man.
All right.
I think I could count actually less than 20 unoccupied seats.
Hey,
in the
Those
arena.
people are
You'd be
probably
lucky
on
to
break.
get 20. I can barely see like 5 blank seats, man.
Oh yeah, that's true.
All right, real quick, I think we can confirm that there is no sub out for Twisted.
So they're still sticking with Sensui in the
Okay.
Rome. Okay.
Nor RORA. So Khaled is not coming out today.
Yeah.
Khaled is a familiar
No, we don't know
name.
yet. We haven't finished the series, so
You never know what can happen, man.
we never know when Khaled might come, man.
I'm wondering
Is
though.
he in
Like,
the building? It's
he
Khaled?
is. He is.
He is,
He
he
was
is.
he was holding up a Dominkite earlier.
Really?
Yeah, when he was presented as the MVP, he was just there. It's just like.
Oh,
this-
Khaled was
this is my
next to
boy.
Dominkite.
Yeah, it was like, this is my boy. It's like presenting him.
Right. Okay.
You never know, though. I don't want to count it out that we don't see.
Hey, Khaled's been in the MPL for the better part of 2 years. We never saw him in action, so maybe one day.
When did he first appear?
Under Blacklist, in their M5 run, so season 12.
Season 12?
Hey, yeah.
Season
Yo,
11.
you know what? If Khaled ends up somehow playing, he'll be the first player manager. Because he's also registered as a manager, if I'm not mistaken, right?
But he's also, I don't know if you guys knew this, but I knew him from back in the day, the old streaming stuff. He was a great Selena. And that's pretty meta right now.
So that puts him 1 up over Gymnast.
Yes.
Because Gymnast was also a player manager
Well-
from Next Place Solid.
Yeah.
Well, let's jump into this draft here, boys. You know,
7-year
it's
history,
time.
baby.
7-year history.
Well,
Let's
we're
go.
looking back.
Roar on the blue, Twisted Minds on the red here. Bans. Are they going to be the exact same? I mean, the Louis Yi, the Joy here for Rora.
Oh, they actually. Oh, wait, no, yeah, it's the exact same one.
Fanny's still open, though.
Fanny.
Just a little, shake up on the order.
Yeah, if we're gonna follow the trend from the previous game, that's gonna be a Fanny band, yes, for Twisted Minds, and a Lucas band, there it is, for Aurora. So same exact bands.
Coach Monchan trying to pull a quick one over, like, when am I banning the Fanny?
Is this the Suyo?
It's gotta be.
See if they just go that route again.
The Immortals ones, bless him again.
Yes, sir. Okay, this is where you get the Granger, I would say. Come on, Twisted Minds. There it is.
Grenier Eve.
Eve? You think Eve, or and they give up the Harith? Oh, they go. Whoa.
Okay, so they're doubling down on the idea of the Hilda. Sure.
That's their hero.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
theirs.
If that's their main tool for backline access, prepare. Just, you know what? Honestly, you could just go Phoebus again. And this time, your Aurora is going to be the one playing the Eve.
Or Harith.
Yeah. Yeah, they can actually also get Harith Cho if they want to really just double down on them controlling the temple. Actually, if that's the theme that Aurora wants to go for, control the temple, pick up the Cho now. Because I wouldn't be surprised if Twisted Minds decides to ban it actually in the second phase.
Yeah, Cho interacts very well with Hilda. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa!
Okay.
We don't know, by the way. This second pick, blue side Hylos, is a great flex. In my opinion, a better flex than that Hilda.
Yeah. So, what are they trying to signal to Twisted Minds? It's like, go pick the Eve? Oh, there it is. Okay, a Hanzo debut.
Hanzo feels good, man. I was playing around with Hanzo over the past week, and he's great. Like, there's a way to play Hanzo like you play Suyo.
Like you play Suyo?
Yeah, like you can be an assassin and a utility hero in the jungle because of the adjustments previous patch.
Okay. Hanzo over here. And the fact that Twisted Minds has the Hanzo and the Granger this time, I'm feeling a little bit better about it too. And maybe they do flex the Hilda. You know, maybe that's part of the game plan here while we get through the second phase. The Valentina goes out. There's the Phobius. Good quality bans here for the second phase. Do they still buckle down on even that covering the XP lane option here? Rora towards Twisted Minds,
Potentially, yeah. For Coach Juan-Chan, though, interestingly enough, since they have the Hanzo with them, their roamer can actually be very conservative. Because the Hanzo, if they time things right, can actually be the sub-roamer alongside the EXP laner.
Yeah.
So it's like the Hilda and the Hanzo together working to break formations, dive down to the back line, get info, while your roamer can just be busy in the back trying to protect and trying to heal. If ever you decide to go for counters, as like if you decide to pick up a Tigreal, if you suddenly surprise and then swerve, where you go for a roam Hilda, then you go EXP Edith. But although that's quite unlikely. So Aurora will double down on the EXP lane pickups.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they're forcing the Hilda to go into the EXP. They're still respecting the possibility of a roam Hilda. I think that's something we have to watch out for the next few drafts. That roam Hilda is something that teams are looking for now.
That's why, when we open up game one, because I would have said the same thing. Like you guys, 4 out of 5, Hilda goes in next lane, but then you have this roam here. There's a fairness, though, that comes up for Twisted Minds.
We still don't know.
We still don't know.
By the way, it might just be a Twisted Minds thing. If it does carry on through the next few days of week 1, then yeah, confirmed there have been shenanigans afoot in the scrims leading up to MPL Philippines Season 15.
Yeah, we'll also have to see if the Cult Altar will actually will have an effect on the Pinnacle Ninja of the Hanzo.
It
like if it
depends
gets low.
whether it be the body that he's looking for or the ghost.
Yeah.
Where the AoE of the
exactly.
Cult
So like,
Altar
will
is,
the ghost actually be helped out by the Cult Altar?
Netherrealm, you mean?
Netherrealm, excuse me, Netherrealm.
We were
it's been a
talking
while.
about
It's been a while.
7-year history.
Yeah,
So about 2 years ago it changed.
In my head, I was like, it's Netherrealm. Yeah, Netherrealm's the old one. It's Cult Altar. It's like, no, I was wrong. Oh, Aurora, go ahead and pick up
mentioned
Edith.
this earlier.
Yeah, Edith. And they go Farsa, but it's a different trade because Twisted Minds decided to take out the Eve. So they actually, again, they have the reach. They don't have to worry about reach, but RORA actually has a good lineup to respond to a Faramis. They need something solid. They need a tanky frontliner that can hold. They could just go Gatot or Glue.
It's a Roam Hilda.
Wow.
Roam Hilda.
I don't know how to feel about this.
What has changed in the past 1.5 weeks?
Hanzo became legal. That's one. Stating the obvious, but hey, maybe it works. I'm looking at Twisted Minds lineup right now. Something tells me this is what they were going for in game 1. Something like this.
Yeah.
If there's just enough in this kit to really ruin your opponent's timings and positioning.
Since they couldn't get the timings down the last game, their goal here is to accomplish ruining the timings of RORA.
Let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
The Glue really could be a great pickup for Twisted Minds, and I'm looking at that as one of the best things to mess up what RORA wants to do.
Yeah.
However, looking at it from a big picture, RORA's lineup has all the tools it needs to respond to Twisted Minds, especially with that Edith last pick. They can go for a longer team fight. Because if it was just the Harith, Hylos, Farsa, Suyo, that's a short team fight. They're dependent on their key abilities, mainly their ultimates. While the Edith, her ultimate lasts a considerable amount of time, that it actually might just tire out Twisted Minds if they time out the Primal Wrath very well.
Not to mention it's Mr. Consistent playing the Edith, one of his signature
Welcome
picks.
to Mobile Legends.
Definitely one of his signature picks. We've seen him do this before, but we're going to load up into the Land of Dawn. Once again, it's match point here for RORA against Twisted Minds, and we'll see if there's enough in this lineup for Twisted Minds to change the course of this series in this best of 3. So some early action poking already.
Oh.
Whoa.
All right, Hajizi put down to a 10th of his health. Renegade not going to be able to finish the job, nor Yue. Outranged, no.
Okay, so 100% confirmed with Roam Hilda. Let's see what effect it's going to have against Roamer that's actually great for invading and defending against invades in the high loss. And it's just going to be a solid anchor that I think the Hilda might actually have some difficulty getting past.
I like that we get to see this matchup, though, to kind of like swapped, right? We've got the gold lane matchup with Outplayed this time around with Granger, and then you've got Dome and Kite on that Harith. And I think that's the thing, when you look at this lineup and how are they going to, because for a lot of people that might be watching, maybe they haven't seen the competitive play of the Hanzo so much. So I'm actually also interested to see if MP the King is able to execute it better than he did with Hayabusa.
You and a million players all around the world. It's actually the first outing of the reworked Hanzo in all of competitive professional play. So, yeah, no, it's a huge rework. I'd say a bigger rework than Selena.
Yeah, he can afford to get so aggro with this. He gets some iframes also. The new Soul Snatch actually is like one of the biggest changes to Hanzo. Makes him really great for disruption.
That's right. Well, there is a key window of timing, trying to get those Amin or Habakiri stacks. So he has to be in for like 2 seconds with the basic attacks and then go with the burst. So we're assuming what, attack speed build on MP the King?
Maybe that
Should
leaves a lot up here
Ooh.
for deciding, but already this first turtle is going to be battled out. They don't have the feathered airstrike now from Yue. They're going to go for it though. Here's MP the King looking for an angle.
Turtle down to a fourth of its health.
Whoa.
And now in comes MP the King. Look at the damage he's dealing. Putting Edward down to a tenth of its health. Down goes James. Demon Kite with the Sever, taking down the XP laner of Twisted Minds. They're down a man, will not allow Twisted Minds to contest at all. First turtle going to Aurora.
If James was able to get a grab onto someone, that would have been the best scenario, but he was just blasted. Again, Aurora were ready for James trying to enter and break down the formation in the back line. They countered the glue, they countered the team fight of Twisted Minds.
Oh, Tommen Kite flanked by 4, dropping the Zaman Force early, defensively even, to survive.
Great usage. You know, Zaman Force, and he knows that there's going to be multiple members there, survives what could have been a fatality down on the bottom side, but now stays alive. They manage themselves a nice little comfortable lead of 1.1 ahead for Aurora, looking to go ahead and continue to set the pace. Now, again, even when you look at that last objective take, they didn't have, I would say, their biggest tools to win the team fights, one being that feathered airstrike, but it was the decision to back off and go ahead and fight the fight in their favor once Twisted Minds came forward. And so as long as they're able to do that, even if they lose a lot of the firepower early on, oh, hold on, mid, already dropping down the Glorious Pathway. They're chasing Sensui here.
Yeah,
but he's going to be fine, actually.
Again, very difficult for Hilda to be able to disrupt and read formations against the high loss. Hajizi getting blasted by Yue, and Yue's marking Hajizi down to the point that the Faramis keeps having to go back to the base.
These nothing fights are perfect for Aurora. They know that they're waiting about 40 seconds before the turtle spawns, so that's what they're playing. Now Revitalized, dropped in here by Renegade, helping the rest of Aurora to survive. MP the King, his ghost gets popped, and they back him off. Luckily, given the new revamp, at max level, if I'm not mistaken, Pinnacle Ninja only has like, what, 15, 14 seconds off of cooldown, so he can spam it.
Yeah. That's one of the biggest changes. Instead of making Pinnacle Ninja difficult to attain ultimate, it's almost always just ready for you. So in a way, you've sort of gotten one of the best benefits of what fighters have, which is fast access to the ultimates.
It's like a super kick. You just always do it.
Yes.
There.
Oh, part of this. Hold on. Sensui, no, taking a Soul Sever to the face. He's fine. Demon Kite, though. They're going to get in position for this turtle. Renegade will spot them out, too. This looks like they want to go ahead and contest this. MP ready to go in.
Holding that small brush, getting ridden on by James. In comes MP the King with a Pinnacle Ninja. Renegade bites it. MP gets the score. Edward holding on to his old Demon Kite opened up. Retribution sharp as ever. Netherrealm compromise. Soul Sever. Not enough to finish off Sensui. Down goes Hajizi though. Edward gets one. Another grab by James. Will he be able to take down Yue? The answer is no! Gets knocked up, gets severed once more, and now James gets sent 6 feet under the ground.
And that's what we were talking about earlier. This glue is the kicker. Well, up top, MP the King.
Once more, he does get the Pinnacle Ninja. Can Demon Kite find the body? Where's MP? Where's MP? Where's the real MP? And he does switcheroo.
Yeah, again, as we were saying, the glue, a fantastic pick for Twisted Minds, and it really messes up the team fighting for Aurora. But the longer the team fight goes, and when the Primal Wrath is perfectly timed by Edward, the Edith becomes a problem for Twisted Minds. Again, Twisted Minds cannot last a very long team fight. At some point, they're going to gas out, and the Edith will come into effect. That's exactly what happened in the last one.
Yeah, and I feel like they run out of gas quicker, right? Just because of the lineup that they have here. And, you know, even with that, RORA just kind of taking things steady for the most part. Very just, you know, UA with the feathered airstrike is just very giving. Like, he's going to drop it down every time it's available because of the fact that he knows that they can still win fights even without it.
Oh, Renegade walks into a brush with 3 members of Twisted Minds in it. Edward with the onward and the transformation. Primal Wrath taken down. Sensui, another one bites it. Hajizi, Dominkite playing like he's the Granger from game 1. In your face, James. Down he goes with a charged Quella, taking him down. 3 for none. Aurora, dog walking, Twisted Minds.
Again, Aurora can just last longer in a fight, and the lineup of Twisted Minds gasses out quickly. Not just that, they get bursted down quickly.
They get bursted down, but also I want to point out the fact that Renegade has been able to utilize this Hylos, and he's got the glorious pathway, man. He's been able to set things up really well with the rest of the team's kit here. MP is not going to be able to do anything against Edward and Dominkite. But that's the thing, the layering of what's happening from RORA is exactly what we saw from the composition from game 1. And they're making it happen here. Now they get this turtle, last one of the game, 3 for 3, and a 6.3K gold lead now.
Remember what we were talking about earlier, what I said, wherein that Hylos, if going back to the lineup of Twisted Minds in game number 1, if it was paired up with an Edith, would work out so well. Now Aurora has the Hylos paired up with an Edith, and it's working out so well.
And there's always that blunt object. Noted, sometimes it is a blunt force object in the Hilda, but Twisted Minds, they really like it. And it seems to be their detriment. Like, there's only so much a Hilda can do come team fights when it's reached full scale.
Yeah. Again, the glue is a perfect companion hero to the Hilda, but it has just gotten way out of hand, and MP gets solo killed by Demonkite in the purple buff.
I can only imagine what happened there, but when you find Hanzo alone, that does tend to happen.
Yeah, dude, I mean, he's not, hold on, mid lane.
The Death Strike popped in by Yue, opening up that tier 2 take. Twisted Mind staring down the barrel of a loaded gun. And here's the thing, Dominkite doesn't even have a gun. What does Killua have?
What is that?
It's magic, that's what.
You got
magic.
Hunter?
I'm watching it now. So it's, you know what, that's where we're at. But right now, Twisted Minds are losing more space to work around, and it's looking really grim. You can already see just how far ahead, you know, Dominkite, Demonkite, and Edward, even Edward, on this Edith Big R in terms of itemization, and they're just going to force Twisted Minds out of their side of the jungle. Even Sensui is not going to be able to do anything. MP might just try to get the orange, doesn't, takes a peek around. But that's it. And you mentioned this, you know, when he got blasted 1v1.
Oh, what?
He finds you.
Man.
That's burst. What is MP rocking? How did he get that far? He only has a corrosion scythe.
Yeah,
Is that all he has?
New Hanzo's cooked, man.
All right, so
New Hanzo is
I'm
wild.
assuming he got like all 5 stacks of Amino Habakiri
Yeah.
and then snow snatched them.
Yeah, that feels like a warning shot now for Aurora that, wait, yo, the Hanzo can do that despite them having a 7.3K gold lead and climbing.
So he's got Golden Staff and Corrosive Scythe.
Okay, so he has a golden
there you
staff
go.
with it too.
Yeah.
All right,
Maybe,
all right.
but, yeah, no, he had that. He had that this whole time.
But still, the fact that you're able to do that.
You had a Blood Wings.
Yeah.
So he went through all that?
Yeah, he went through all of that. Dude, he just went straight to the back line. And just, no!
All right, we're fine. Lord now down to about 0 health. Quick take by Aurora. And this is all you could get, right? When you're Twisted Minds, you can only do so much.
You can only do so much. Little reminder who made the game here. Now going back to it.
In case you forgot.
In case you forgot
It's
right now.
Monton, not Montoon, all right?
Yeah, exactly. Uh-oh. I don't know. Even what we just witnessed with that quick take, this might be a preview of how much damage potential can come out from Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
But they still have to deal with this massive gold deficit, and they have to deal with the Lord coming in to the mid lane. And the thing is, with Aurora's lineup, they can actually force the fight. We've seen Edward do this multiple times on this specific hero, this Edith, especially when the Flicker is available. So expect them to almost force a fight here and force Twisted Minds to actually go in for the defense on this one.
Oh, gonna be a tough defense. Oh, good use of the ultimate by Yue to just immediately zone out, clear waves, and force Twisted Minds back.
That's right. Even if there were Holy Shields, Aurora have already compromised Twisted Mind's defense. Down goes the mid lane, tier 1, and that's a main artery. Aurora happy with their take, and now they're going to continue smothering Twisted Minds, taking away buffs from MP the King.
The next siege by Aurora can just go the same way again. Once you has that feathered airstrike, pop it, zone it, make sure Aurora can just go forward, push towers, and they're like that. Just he's doing it again.
Oh, MP though. Is he going to be on the hunt once again?
Oh, the answer. Zaman Force and the stun. Almost. If MP the King did not have the iframe to retreat. Clicks the ult once more to get back to his original body. Close calls. Now Aurora are playing a little more defensive. They're clumping up to where MP sends his ghost.
They still want to do that again, and they still have some waves pushing in. They want this top turret down before they go and take that next lord when it's up, so they're going to fight for it here.
Perfectly synced. Bottom and top lane. One of them's got to give. Another Pinnacle Ninja by MP the King. You see there he was at the cusp of death, the brink of saying goodbye, being sent to Hades. But he does get the recovery. You know, when you do click that recovery button, he gets like yay bit of recovery health. So
that's exactly why I don't play Hanzo.
Little mechanics. He's very deep.
Living on the edge when you play that hero, man.
Yeah, I like it though. Like the fact, like with the new changes to Pinnacle Ninja, it makes him again another sub roamer. He's sort of like another EXP laner that you pair up with your lineup that can really just go deep, get info, be aggressive, try to bring someone low, and then just go back safely.
Like a Masha.
Like a Masha.
Like a Masha, like this.
That's nuts, the fact that he could do that.
Oh, finds Demon Kite. I don't think he can do that. Not to a Suyo.
Yeah.
All right, maybe he can try that on Yue and Domin Kite, but not Suyo, not Demon Kite.
Yeah, and even at that point, again, you're just kind of be forced out of this this side of your jungle. You know, he can do it a couple times the best he can, but ultimately, you always have to focus on these objectives. You know, once that board is up, you're going to try to replicate that. But this time, you don't want to just freely let it go. He's going to be too late.
He's going to try the retribution. Too late. Aurora blitzed that Lord, and they secure their second in game 1. That Lord is enhanced. He's going to knock up and jump onto that tier 3 up top.
This next defense for Twisted Minds will be really difficult. Even if they decide to throw bodies, they're severely lacking damage, I think. That's like one of the biggest problems. Even if MP the King can get one, that's just one. At that point, Aurora would have thrown so much more that maybe Twisted Minds already took down or have already lost 2 or 3 members just with MP the King trying to get either Yue or Dominkite.
Okay, we'll see how they prep up this one. This top turret's surely going to go down. They have to deal with the Lord. But can they stay in this game without it being a sweep for Aurora? Here we go.
Glorious Pathway by Renegade.
Oh.
MP the King bursted, didn't even last 2 seconds, and down goes Insui. James trying his best with a split. Hajizi pop, Dominkite gets a double, and now James left in no man's land, knee deep behind Aurora, and in a flash, Aurora gets the sweep.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines. Aurora continuing their strength from last season. Sort of fizzled out during the off-season, but now they are back, and they came back with a vengeance.
Again, Twisted Minds, you know, looking like they had a game plan from game 1 and game 2, but just not ultimately able to execute that game plan. And against a team like Aurora, again, what they were able to accomplish in their journey from S14 to where they are now, they're definitely looking refined here, because even with this, against, you know, a Hanzo across from them, they seem to be able to respond to it really well.
Joseph, there's a saying from a great general, plans are useless, planning is essential. I don't know if they planned for what happens if the plan failed.
Yeah.
And that's what happened in game 1 and 2. Like, they played on the Hilda.
Yep.
They tried to force it, and then Aurora just knew what to do.
Yeah, funnily enough, again, Hylos is one of those heroes that doesn't scream like power pick, but it has been used as a pick to anchor drafts around by teams, especially in SPS, where you'd be surprised. Wait, Hylos first 2 picks? The drafts for these 2 games, if the Hylos was prioritized alongside either the Harith or Granger, they could have done so much more around that than if it was a Hilda that they prioritized.
Yeah, and they're going to take their bow here, of course, Twisted Minds once they get it situated there. But again, it's only their first match. I'm sure they'll learn a lot from this going against a team like RORA.
Let them cook.
Let them cook. We got to let them cook because they got a lot to fix, of course, going forward. But now for RORA, man, it's great to see. I think, you know, again, looking back at how their journey was just last season, I'm really excited to see what this squad is able to do for the remaining of their regular season ahead of them. So I can't wait to hear from them over on stage, of course. They do have Odin and Hans on stage, and we're going to go ahead and have an interview for the game-winning RORA.
Hold up! Wait a minute! Sige, lipat muna ako. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners of the first match of Season 15, Aurora Gaming!
What a way to start MPL Season 15.
Incredible performance. First off, I guess pwede nating ibigay yung microphone kay Edward. Edward! Alright? Parang hindi pa rin sila nagbabago. Asan? Asan? Wala ka pa rin pinagbago, Edward. This marks, or itong laban na to, dahil nakuha mo ang 2-0, this is your 100th career win in MPL Philippines history. Nakakapanalo ka na ng 100 laro sa MPL. Are you aware of that? Alam mo ba yon?
Hindi po. Naglalaro lang po talaga ako eh. Wala akong ano sa stats.
Well, sa amin naglalaro, sa'yo siguro naglalaro ka lang, but for everybody else, we're definitely amazed by your performance. What does this milestone mean para sa'yo specifically?
Yun, nakakatuwa kasi parang ano, nabot ko yung milestone na yun, parang ang tanda ko na sa ano eh, sa scene. So, yun, nakakatuwa lang.
Well, congratulations on 100.
Matagal ka na rin naman dito sa eksena, so hindi nakakagulat na may milestone ka sinaselebrate ngayon. And Edward, this is your first match win of the season. Ganito na bang klaseng laro yung aabangan namin throughout Season 15?
Opo. Tapos ano, siguro may konting improvement pa.
May aabangan pa tayo, Hans. Thank you, Edward. At ngayon gusto ko naman makausap si Yue. Yue, dito ka naman sa gitna. Nasaan na ba yung mga fans ni Yue dyan?
Madami, madami.
Oo, wala pa rin pagbabago. Ganun pa rin kalakas ang sigawan nila, Yue. Kanina, nakausap namin si Hajizi. Sabi niya, mahal na mahal ka raw niya. Ano masasabi mo doon?
Mahal na mahal ko rin siya.
Parang kilig yung nararamdaman natin ngayon sa MPL stage, Hans.
Para magka-ambivalent sila. Wala eh, ganun talaga eh. Ganun talaga. Brotherly love almost all the time. Yue, maiba tayo. Let's go back to last season, right? Aurora Season 14, you guys fell short. It was just naging runner-ups kayo, but you still made it to represent the Philippines. Ano ba yung pagkakaiba o anong ibang makikita natin ngayon sa Aurora from Season 14 kumpara ngayong Season 15?
Siguro yung pinagkaiba, ano po, in-improve po namin yung mga mali namin, tsaka tinama rin po namin yung mga lagi po namin ginagawang mali. Tsaka may mga ilalabas po kaming ano.
Ka natatawa?
Ano daw yun? Ituloy mo.
Sige, take 2 tayo.
Sige,
take 2.
take 2.
Ano po, tatama namin tsaka i-improve yung mga mali namin ginawa last season po. Tapos, kasi lalabas po namin, secret po.
Ayun, secret. Huwag nyo daw munang ilabas.
Yan.
Alright, there we finally have it. Again, guys, your winners, Aurora Gaming. You may now take your walk of victory. And gentlemen, at the Isle of Glory, please take your bow. What a wonderful start ang nakita natin mula sa RORAs as they, made sure na talagang mamarkahan nila ang kanilang unang panalo sa Season 15.
Talaga namang umiilaw ang Auroras for the first match of MPL Season 15 and we can't wait kung ano pa nga ba nang-aabang sa atin para sa ngayong araw, Hans.
Well, for now, we're gonna take a look at more of the insights na manggagaling sa ating mga casters. Kaya naman, casters, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, and again, congratulations there to not only Aurora Gaming, but also Edward, the 100th match win there. And I'm really wondering, what is that secret that they're waiting to reveal?
Well, we're going to be left wondering if they reveal it, it's not going to be a secret anymore, right?
Almost slipped.
Yeah.
Well, again, phenomenal performance to open up the season for us in Season 15. And I would have to say, they definitely show improvement from what we got to witness in Season 14. Now MVP here is going to be none other than Demon Kite. So first we had Doman Kite, and now we got the other Kite. We got Demon Kite, 4-0-2 on the Suyo. And did he actually go the same build path you guys mentioned previously?
Kite stonks through the roof.
Yeah, he just straight up rushed the Hunter Strike, didn't go for the Fury Hammer detour in War Axe detour after a Fury Hammer. Just build it straight up. And again, that's just confidence. When you control the center of the map, you know as a jungler instinctually, ironically enough, that you can honestly just go for a very aggressive build path and playstyle as well. Demon Kite also did very good in this in this fight here, helping out Edward, and then eventually coming in alongside Edward to help Yue from James. And when you have a mid laner that is doing so well in controlling the rotations and the tempo of the game, in game number 1 it was the Vexana of Yue, game number 2 it was the Farsa of Yue, then the jungle, gold laner, they're both very happy.
Yeah, I really like the way that you see Renegade play this high-low slow throughout the game, because a lot of times he was body blocking a lot of that, firepower from Twisted Minds. Granted, when you have this kind of a lead, throughout the game, you're able to go ahead and soak up a ton of damage, but it was just one of those cases where Twisted Minds weren't able to find the targets they were looking for.
Renegade was the anti-hitman.
Anti-hitman hitman. So what does that make him? Isn't he the sandbag man here? Or?
He's still the hitman.
He's
just anti-hitman. It happened once, all right?
Yeah.
MP the King found Yue once.
Yeah.
And never again.
Well, this is the heel man version, right?
Yeah.
True.
It's the heel man version. He just stands there. He takes it, and he says, "Thank you, you're welcome."
Can I get more, sir?
Yeah, can I get more, sir? Because at that point, Aurora have already done their job. And you really just see the tale of two different teams. One that has had a season and 2 international tournaments playing together against a team that was literally just formed. Because everything that Aurora did in this series was just, I wouldn't call it perfect, but they all did their jobs at the right time. Timing was the biggest theme from that game number 1, and that's just it for this entire series.
And that's why I said, when you mentioned with the glue pick specifically, or the game plan from Twisted Minds was to mess with the timings, it was there, and they had glimpses of it. There was those moments where, it might have worked, but ultimately, again, it was just the scale of the game, and it ran out of their hands here.
Which is so odd to consider, because you go into a game drafting and playing to mess up your opponent. That's some twisted way of playing a counter-punch lineup.
Yeah.
But just the same, you look at their draft, they're very ult-dependent.
Yes.
So what was the theme? What was the thing we were mentioning over and over again is they kept gassing out. They kept running out of options. It's the opposite of what they did in game 1, wherein they had great cardio going into an MMA match. They could last long, but they can't win. This is the opposite. They can't last long at all, but if they throw 5 or 6 punches, haymakers nonetheless, and they don't win, it's over.
It's over.
They just,
It's done. It's done.
It's like a Beyblade run out of stamina.
They just go down and keel over. And that's what I really appreciate what Aurora did in their baby?
I was going to say.
A baby ran out of...
Beyblade.
Oh, Beyblade. I heard a
Stop
baby.
spinning,
I heard
bro.
a baby ran out of stamina. That's you as I was saying.
That too.
Where have you been the past couple of days, Renmar?
I don't know, dude. I like the Farsa and Edith because it was just the perfect answer to the Twisted Minds lineup. How they wanted to form up around the map. The fact that Farsa, Yue wasn't shy with using the Feathered Airstrike to pop Hajizi every time he saw him. I was like, what am I going to do now as a Ferris?
Preemptively.
Yeah, preemptively. Again, control, timing, Aurora had all of it.
And not only that, but again, you saw that from the stats breakdown there too. Twisted Minds had nothing. They had 0 turrets, 0 turtles, 0 lords, obviously.
A kill.
They had a kill, and I mean, it looked good in some moments where it's like, okay, maybe they can win this team fight, but again, they're gonna have to go back to that drawing board before their next matchup ahead of them. And RORA, they can continue to improve, because that's even what we heard over on stage with the winning interview. They do clearly stand by the fact that they have made improvements, but they can make more, and I think that's the expectation of every single team that competes in week 1, or at least the early half of the regular season. And so, again, for the opening match today, I don't know, did you guys expect the sweep?
Yes.
Did you expect this one?
I saw the RORA win, but I did not expect the sweep.
You didn't expect the sweep.
I did predict a 1, man.
You did.
I thought this way would be coming in because the way I see Twisted Minds now is it feels like I'm just looking at season 14 Blacklist again.
Yeah.
Wherein again I mentioned if ever this team somehow shapes up and makes it to the playoffs, I wouldn't be surprised. They did it last season, but I expect a very rough start.
Rough start, yeah.
You know, again, let them cook. Sometimes the best things cooked are the ones that take the longest to cook. You know, 4 or 5 hour simmer. 4 or 5 week simmer might be the trick.
A cold brew?
A cold brew?
Like a
Leave it
cold brew,
overnight?
so good. Yeah, overnight.
That might work too, you know, overnight. We'll see, because there's plenty of time for Twisted Minds to get it together. But again, congratulations to RORA there. That's going to be it for now. We're going to take a break before our second match. Again, I'm Naisu. This is Leo and Renmar. We'll be back with you guys after the break.
Don't worry, the only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Don't worry, the only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
needs to go to a concert when you can own...
Hindi aabot ang data. Nice!
Don't worry. Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with...
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game. Para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, way reset up. Built tagatang buhat, we hear that full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah, malakas ang Pinas. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official gaming phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing. For those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
A team who has accomplished so much for the Philippines, now facing off against another team that wants to prove so much to the audience out there as they introduce themselves. It's Onic Philippines and TNC ahead of us. Welcome back to the English stream. I'm Naisu, this is Leo and Renmar. We had a little bit of a break, but it's still us, the Wee Bear Bros. How are we feeling?
I am excited to see if our status quo will be challenged here today because, as mentioned, Onic Philippines has been carrying the banner of Filipino MLBB for the better part of the past 6 months against TNC, who is one of the OG franchises in Filipino esports that's been around for about a decade now.
Personally, I am scared and terrified because I was one of the people who was very excited to see that Yawi was coming back home and playing with TNC. But their first match was up against gods, man. It's Onic PH.
Yeah, I would go to that octave as well, you know. You know, but if you missed the first match, by the way, for everybody watching, tuning in right now, the Kite Brothers, they led RORA to the first sweep of the season, the first victory for them in our first match of the day. That was our opener for MPL Philippines Season 15. And it was great to see. And I know a lot of people are waiting to witness exactly what's going to happen between, you know, these two teams come together because, I don't know, man. I feel like every single time, and I can say this because it's happened the past 5 times, every single time a team for the Philippines wins the World Championship, you want to see what can they improve on? What can they bring to the next season? And that's what's going to happen here. But before that, of course, we want to thank our sponsors, Time Zone. We mentioned them earlier. They have an exclusive promo just for you guys. Get 400 pesos a power load for only 200 pesos. That's a huge deal. All you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues. Don't miss out on the amazing deal because, I don't know, I love arcades. I'm sure you guys do too.
Hey, when you're not in an arcade and you're gaming at home, you better be ready to sit comfy in your TT Racing gaming chair.
TT Racing gaming chair. Oh, speaking of, get 2,000 pesos off, a discount on your next purchase by using the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code MPL2000 over at ttracing.ph.
Plus, don't miss out on exciting TT Racing gaming chair giveaways during MPL Philippines. So the very broadcast you're watching now. Stay tuned for more info. Just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back.
I love chairs.
I love chairs too. I would love one of these chairs.
I love chair.
Just one chair. I would want multiple of these.
I'm happy with one.
I'd love having multiple TT Racing chairs too.
Yeah.
I love them so much, I would go out of my way to get them. Like, I would go to wherever they are and take them.
I will join you when they have their, because I know there's going to have like a flagship store or something soon,
It's nearby.
Right? It's nearby you?
Yeah.
We can on-ground flagship store. Yeah, they did a whole reveal.
We can camp out
with some of our friends.
We can camp out.
Midnight camp out, right?
I know exactly where it is.
And they have lots of collabs too, right?
Uh-huh.
Speaking of collabs, man, Yawi's leading the past Onyx domination. TNC's past Onyx domination. Can the Yawi lead TNC's past Onyx domination?
It's a lot on the shoulders of the playmaker here.
Yeah,
that's a lot to ask.
Yeah, again, you're one of the first dudes to become, well, alongside our Cambodian Filipino bred. They're not Cambodian Filipino, but the Filipinos that became champions in Cambodia, Kosei and Epi the King. Yeah. Alongside them, Yawi is one of the players who has won MPL trophies in 2 different regions. So, yeah, there's a lot of pressure. And he is also a world champion, so...
Well, you know, speaking of the world champions, Leo, why don't you take us through the world champion 7-year history?
This is exactly who Yawi and the rest of TNC are facing off against. Well, besides former 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds,
Students.
former amateur players. There you go. I want to point out the fact that these players have gone through the MLBB esports ecosystem in the Philippines, and they have been hardened and forged in the hardest possible region to play professional MLBB in, and their road to becoming world champions, nay, MPL Philippines champions, was nowhere close to easy. Kirk even took a year off. Look at that. He was, the later part of 2020, he was just grinding RG, man.
grind.
Yeah, and you gotta highlight that because it's those. Oh my goodness, I'm not part of a main 5. I'm not even usually played as a sub.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna grind MLBB up until I become, well, for the path of Kirk, a world champion.
And I want to say that's part of the whole process of, you know, working behind the scenes, what people don't see. Now, also, speaking of that fire, this is a 7-year history for TNC's players. Renmar, take us through.
Well, we all know the path that Yawi went on through Next Play Evos, Echo becoming world champs, and of course going on over to Indonesia with then RORA, then Team Liquid Indonesia to become an MPL champion because of the results of MPL ID Season 14. But Kozen is someone who's flown under the radar of pretty much everyone here in the Philippines, but this always feels like there's always been eyes on him. If it wasn't the eyes of RSG, it's the eyes of Minana. Now TNC. Hearing about what pro players have talked about when it comes to Kozen, apparently there's something with this young man that really a lot of players have acknowledged. This dude could be the next big deal, the next big gold laner, but it's still going to be quite a long road for the young man to find his footing.
Just to put into perspective how deep TNC's well of experience goes, 2 of the 5 were once imports. 3 of the 7 were once imports. Waiting in the wings is 3 Martizi. He played in the MDL Indonesia system for the better part of 2 years, and that is the kind of wisdom and knowledge TNC's playing with now in Season 15.
And knowing TNC, they have historically been the team to do a lot of switcheroos, like through the season, right? Now, this one, I feel like maybe we see some minor changes, like you mentioned, you know, 3 Mars still waiting in the wings there, but my main thing for this TNC, this iteration of them, and this season is really to see how do they mesh with, I mean, Yawi was the headline here.
With each other.
With each other. But, like, yeah, again, I don't want to put everything on Yawi's shoulders. As big of a star player as he has been, and, you know, a lot of the attention that he has, again, we're still looking at this whole team lineup from TNC and what can they accomplish together as a team here.
I'm wondering, in Season 14, who was it that was actually calling shots? Was it Lancey or Kozen?
That I'm not sure, but from what I remember, the reveal of TNC this season, Lancey's actually marked as captain.
See? So there you go. We see a little bit of the delegation of tasks, the division of labor. Maybe there is a spotlight on Yawi. Well-deserved.
Yeah.
But Lancey will definitely also be calling the shots here and saying, you know what, Yawi, I got you. These guys will follow you for sure.
Wasn't there one point where Lancey last season was also like leading some statistics? I can't recall which one it was, but you know, again, he was leading some statistics from S14, and that's why I'm saying, like, with the TNC lineup here, they've got, I feel like, the pieces to the puzzle, so to speak, and Yawi obviously being a big part of it, and what a lot of our international viewers will be paying attention to as well, because obviously he garnered a lot of fans when you know, his time over in Indonesia as well. And so you mix all that up together and talk about a trial ahead of them, their first match being, you know, Onic Philippines ahead of them. But I'd love to see exactly what they're able to do. So let's ask you guys at home who you got, right? Do you have A, the champion era Yawi, or do you have B, the champion era Brusco? These 2 roamers, who do you guys feel like you got here?
Okay, you know what? As a tentpole figure, an individual, a superstar, can't go wrong with saying Yawi.
Yeah.
He literally is the Cho.
He is. He is the Cho.
Yeah. The Cho of the world. Not just in the Philippines. There's an interesting fact about Yawi's Cho. Do we share it now?
It'll probably come up later.
We'll get the numbers.
It'll come up later, but there's a little teaser for it. I'm much as Yawi straight up redefined the roam role
Or
and
the
what
game.
it could be and the game. Something about champion era Brusco hits diff that I really appreciate, man.
You know what Champion Brusco does that
What?
Yawi don't?
What do you do?
That's my favorite taunt, dude. That's my favorite taunt.
He's looking
Dude,
at them for a cross.
If you
arms crossed,
literally just look at anyone like that,
yeah.
That's a threat.
You know what?
That's a threat.
I have to
If I saw
reconsider.
you and I did that to you,
I'd
how
be
would you feel?
terrified. You're 6'3" and muscular.
Don't make me stand up, you know?
Yeah.
Don't bring
On
the
a
box.
good day, he's 6'4", 285 pounds.
Really?
Lean.
That's a whole lot of kilos. I don't work in
Yeah,
pounds
that's a lot of
anymore.
You know, there's something I wrote about Brusco here in my notes about his hero picks and his play style. I put here, sorry if this is a little bit poetic, the blunt, honest truth or the dangerous distraction. That's what it feels like when I see Brusco play. Because he's either the guy who's like, yeah, deal with my setups, deal with me. I'm the main problem you have to deal with now before King Kong and the others get here. Or on the other side, it's, hey, look at me. Yo, what happened in your back line? Look where King Kong's at. You were too focused on me. That's what it feels like to watch Brusco play for Onic PH now.
And that's the thing, though, too. Brusco plays a hell of a show.
Yeah, that too.
And a Tigreal.
And a Tigreal.
And a Matilda.
Any roam that basically Brusco wants to play.
And a Minotaur.
He's played at the highest level, obviously being champions and everything else. But if you just look, I mean, Brusco was one of those players that was, I feel like, was under the radar a little bit. Because even when you look at his 7-year history, right? Like his journey himself and then his time over when he played for RQ, a lot of people kind of put him under the radar. Then, boom, he comes here and it's like, you can't take Onic Philippines' domination without Brusco's setups as the roam. Like, he is just a huge piece to that puzzle.
With context, I think Brusco definitely is a great contender in this bout. You know, one-on-one. Like, even if Yawi is a star, you got to consider Brusco.
Yeah, they've gone through stints in Indonesia. Now they're main figures. It's going to be wild.
Yeah, can't wait for the matchup. But, of course, before we get to the match, we're going to throw it over for an all-access interview with our hosts.
Everything is going pretty well here, casters, dahil nandito tayo sa player area ng TNC Pro Team. At ang isa sa mga makakapanayam natin over to my right and probably on your left ay ang nagbabalik, making his return. Representing the Phoenix Army, walang iba kundi si Yawi. Yawi, welcome back, pare.
Hello po.
Hello. I'm sure that you're probably excited, pero gusto lang naming malaman kung kamusta ba ang pagbabalik mo dito sa Pilipinas and to also compete in MPL Philippines.
Okay naman, nakakamiss syempre. Tapos yung mga food. Tapos yun, excited na rin ako maglaro dito sa MPL PH.
Alright. Now I wanna know, kasi nabanggit mo na to, I think, nung media day or nung previous interviews. Pero sinabi mo from before na gusto mong maging malupit na roam dito sa Pilipinas. And you've done that before. And nung tinanong ka kung sino yung gusto mong makalaban, sino yung nabanggit mo mula no?
Si Brusco po.
Si Brusco. And you're gonna be going up against Onic Philippines today. So, ano bang dapat namin i-expect? Ano bang masasabi mo kay Brusco heading into this matchup?
Yun, sana mabigyan ng magandang laban yung fans. Tsaka, good luck.
Nakikita ni Brusco ngayon. Oo, nakikita. Naghawi pa ng buhok eh. Sige nga, Odin, pagsalitain natin si Brusco. Kamusta ka dyan?
Nandito kami sa kabilang banda sa player room ng Onic Philippines at Brusco. Narinig mo naman na sobrang chill ni Yawi sa mensahe niya sa'yo. Bilang reigning kings ngayon ng MPL Philippines, ano ang masasabi mo sa pagbabalik ni Yawi sa Pilipinas?
Ngayong season, inaabangan ko talaga si Ngayong season, inaabangan ko talaga si Yawi, kaya gusto ko rin siya talaga makalaban dito sa PH. Kasi naglaban na kami sa Indo eh. Ngayon, gusto ko makalaban siya sa PH.
Sa Pilipinas naman. At ngayon, eto si Yawi. Kaharap mo. Tingnan mo si Yawi. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanya directly?
Bigyan natin ng magandang laban yung mga fans. Good luck.
Hans, mukhang magandang laban ang aabangan natin sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Kaya naman, tingnan na natin kung ano mangyayari sa laban ng Onic Philippines and TNC Pro Team. Casters, back to you.
All right. Are we going to translate for them?
I'm just going to say this. There are 3 things sure in life. Death, taxes, and let's give the fans a good fight.
Always and ever. Since what? 2018. 7-year history.
At this point, we can almost just parody that.
Yeah, it's just for the international viewers. Yeah, it's the default answer for all the players of let's give them a really good game.
We just need that one player that's unhinged.
Yeah.
It's just like...
You know what? Say, let's give the fans a good fight without saying, let's give the fans a good fight.
Well, again, that was, granted, what we saw from the stats there too, and of course what both those players, Brusco and Yawi, had to say, that is something that a lot of people want to go ahead and witness because they've watched now Brusco accomplish everything with Onic Philippines there, and then, you know, Yawi even saying that when he came back, he did want to play against Brusco himself, and now on home soil for them, this could be a big part just between the two of them as roamers for the team's success here for either of them for the season.
You know what? Brusco and Yawi are one of a kind in two different ways, but kind of the same.
Yeah.
Yawi is the only world champion to have won a MPL Philippines championship and an MPL ID championship and then come home to play. Kusei, you could count. He was technically an MSC champion, but technically not, right? Brusco has won a championship in the Philippines after coming from import status. No one's ever done that.
Yeah.
No one's ever won an MPL Philippines championship after being an import. Yes, I think that stat is correct. Yeah, I think so.
I will agree with you. Also, by the way, the champions on the Philippines will go with the blue side.
Blue is winning.
Blue is winning right now, man. I mean, I know it's only the second match of the season, of the day here. But right now, blue seems to be the favorite for now, anyway.
Yeah. And at the same time, in a best-of-3 series, like if you decide to go blue for the very first game, it also gives you some leeway to understand how the other team wants to draft. Because seeing what the other team likes to ban out in the first phase on the red side is actually quite telling in terms of like what you could potentially be seeing in terms of their mindset heading into this series. What they want to take away from you, how they want to determine the flow of the draft with the first 2 picks. So, yeah, I think blue side now would be, well, really good considering that we're still trying to discover what this meta means. I mean, I feel like one of the reasons why the red side worked out in SPS was because everyone had a very good understanding of the limitations and the strengths of the meta. Now, since we're in that whole new era phase with Hanzo coming in, the Selena question, now you're wondering, well, maybe blue side, let's just go to blue, let's be safe.
I also just feel like there's one big asterisk, you know? Like, when it comes to the MPL Philippines teams and their players, it's like they are the ones that are traditionally, you know, setting up that new meta, that new era. So it's like, even though you have that blue side, it's almost in a way, too, it kind of gives you a little bit of that safety net to see how things go through that throughout the draft.
Yeah.
But, you know, like you mentioned, Renmar, it's just a lot of it is, you know, what does this shape out to be? This is why, for me, personally, I always love the beginning of a season, because you start to see what is the shift of the meta and where do things fall into place.
All the more it's possible because a win is a win, 1 point, so you can play with that blue side advantage.
Yeah, 100% true. And also now it's time to go ahead and welcome our marshals for this matchup, second one, last one of the night. Let's go ahead and welcome to the stage.
Welcome to this matchup between TNC Pro Team and Onic Philippines. Our marshals, Josh, Chico, Pat, and to face off against the reigning champions of the world and of the Philippines. It's TNC Pro Team.
go once again. What an introduction for the champions, the world champions here. Leo, take us through Onic Philippines.
I said it before, I'll say it again. I think the team to take down Onic Philippines hasn't been made yet. We have never seen a team dominate the Philippines nor the world the way Onic PH has. And if you're talking about individuals, sure, maybe some stars may shine a little brighter. But when you're looking at a squad, a team, a full 5, no, 6, 7, 8 with their coaches and their newly acquired 6-man in hate, no one shines brighter than the Super Fam.
They're so damn good, dude. No other way to put it. They're monsters.
I remember saying that, man, a couple times, and it's so true. Now, against them, it's TNC Pro Team. Renmar, take us through.
This could potentially be the greatest David versus Goliath game #1 in a season opener we've ever seen. But let's not put too much pressure on the shoulders of TNC Pro Team. Lord JM, Kozen, Zaida, Lancy will have to go along with what Yawi is known for. Fast action, decisive rotations, and if ever they're gonna lean on that idea, pickoffs. But we were mentioning the sharing of responsibilities, the crown of shout calling. It's not just Yawi, apparently it's also Lancy, the man who's touted as actually the captain of TNC Pro Team. How Lancy and Yawi will balance their rotations and shot calling is gonna be key.
Yeah, it is, and not to mention, you know, when you really look at TNC Pro Team and how they're going to be able to go ahead and go against a team of this caliber that, you know, I agree with what Leo said. There isn't a team right now that actually I feel like can defeat Onic Philippines and just across the board. Well, this could be a great showcase of what TNC Pro Team is bringing to the season, and that's the biggest thing here. Now, expectations, I think for a lot of people that have been following, you know, the league for a while, might just look to see if TNC Pro Team can, if they take a game off Onic Philippines in this series, I feel like that already is a huge accomplishment for any team, really, that does end up eventually facing Onic Philippines here.
That's right. The last time we saw a team this dominant with the world thinking who can beat him, who can stop the streak, was Blacklist International. Yeah. And in Season 8, it was Onic PH then who broke it in half, that streak. So with that said, who's to say that an underdog like TNC couldn't do the same?
Well, we'll see that, but also for the integrity of the players in the games here, we're going to throw it over to a ping test between our both teams.
Gusto nyo ba na na pinapanood nyo sila?
Hindi. Ang gusto nyo, yung busy kayo pero kayo yung naglalaro? O hindi kayo busy pero pinapanood nyo yung mga tao na alam nyong kaya nyo mapunta sa posisyon na yon? Yung gigil na gigil kayo? First and foremost, I would like to say that I would like to congratulate everyone in this room.
Lahat na sila yan? Salta ka, Big. Ikaw nga, salta ka kasi. Salta ka. Ikaw salta ka ako. Salta ka, Hindi, tignan mo na dito, yung mapa. Pati yung nasa tignan mo sa'yo. Makulay ba talaga? Pero makulay. Mataas na siguro brightness ko. O baka ganyan talaga siya, no? Labo na yan, larga na yan, tara na.
Great to see that ping test there between both teams, right? I mean, that's how they get ready for the game. That's how they make sure things are situated and set up. They got to make sure the comms are ready, and King Kong speaks English.
I mean, no, that's TNC, right? TNC is doing something a little more akin to a national ping test. Can you hear me? Yo, yeah. Speak up. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? And here's King Kong spouting out lines that Coach Tony says.
Yeah.
Verbatim to whoever's in front of him.
I think it just goes to show, like, really how closely knit the Super Fam is, that the words of Coach Why Not, King Kong can recite word per word perfectly during a ping test.
And he's in a trance. Like, he's not even talking to anyone. He's just, do you want to?
Going with it. Let's take a look at the Infinix keys to victory here, Renmar.
Yeah, Onic Philippines, lakas ng Pinas. Show them what it means to be the champions of the strongest region in MLBB esports and the world champions at that, and even the recently crowned SBS champions. So, come on, just do Onic things. Rebuild and rebirth, TNC. This might be another scenario of let them cook, but I hope their rebirth is coming out of the gate with a bang. Last season, Hate in the very first game of TNC played the frickin' cushion. I'm not saying play the cushion again, but I wouldn't mind if we saw some surprises that could potentially make Onic go, whoa, what the heck is that? Make or break the status quo. That just replicates what I said in the previous statement.
I'm going to say this, man. You know, we've been saying let them cook for a while. I feel like a couple seasons now for TNC. I'd love to see them come into the season. Like, if they need to cook a little bit, sure, but like, let's get right to it. You know, let's get to the bulk of the ulam here, because that's what we need from TNC.
These are different chefs now, Joseph. You have to understand that, yeah, it's TNC for the longest time. When is it going to be ready? But, you know, it's different set of aprons, different tools, different
cuisine.
sous chefs.
Exactly. It's like,
I have no idea what to expect, by the way.
Yeah, it's so tough to ask for it because I'm going to share down a stat that I shared to the rest of the talents earlier. So for TNC Pro Team, yeah, let them cook, but the last time they cooked in MPL was in May 4, 2024, Season 13. That was the last time we saw them win an MPL Philippines series. And then 23 days later, that was the last time we saw TNC Pro Team in May 27 win a broadcasted match. And that was in SPS Season 5 against a team called Valhalla.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
That's why I said they've been cooking for a while.
Yeah, well, at this point, the meat is disintegrating. It's already mixed into the rest of the broth.
This is more than sous vide.
It's time for a new wok.
Yeah.
It's time for a new spatula.
Yeah.
A new can of oil.
30 years dry aged in olive oil. At this point, it's just
finally time to wash the pan.
Yeah.
This is why, you know, they are phoenixes, right? They do go through the rebirth.
But again, their first match is against Onic, bro.
Who made that happen?
I don't know.
The league chooses.
That's a good question.
Hey, whether it happened in the opening week or towards the later half of round one, it was gonna happen.
Yeah,
that's true.
I just wish that this isn't a stomp. Either way it goes. I mean,
not even like a game. Not even like take a game, right? Like just make it competitive.
Yeah, two very competitive games of MLBB, and that's actually what we got the bulk of from TNC Pro Team in Season 14. It's the same script. Literally, they're like, hey, they're actually gonna win this game or series. What happened?
That was the thing, man. It was always like, you know, you were about to taste the dish, and then all of a sudden, boom, it's gone.
Yeah. You literally see the waiter bring your order, and it's not yours.
And they take that hard left.
Yeah. So hopefully we don't get that, because my heart cannot break anymore for TNC Pro Team. Meanwhile, for Onic, all I could say is maybe you guys could go just a little bit easier. No, I'm kidding. No, definitely not.
That is not the champion's way.
Yeah, that's not the champion's way. But yeah, it's tough because with what they showed in SPS, that made me terrified of Onic even more.
Yeah.
For this coming season of MPL Philippines.
Look, they 4-0'd their brothers in Indonesia.
Yes.
What makes you think they would not take it all the way against another Filipino franchise?
Yeah, I will not be surprised if somehow Onic wins this 4-0. Somehow they just get like 4-0 there. Like, oh my God.
Just every single match they play in the regular season is 4-0. No, again, jokes aside, guys.
Can we give them more than a point?
Home. You know, that's
just goes to show how crazy they are, man.
Yeah, you guys have been watching this team. And for a lot of people, maybe your first time seeing the Superfam or, you know, Onic Philippines was M6. Maybe that was your first time. And by the way, there was that whole documentary of M6 done, and it was well put together, and it really highlighted a lot of the different teams' journeys, but also for the champions on how, you know, they managed to get to that dominant showcase that they had in M6 and then SPS, where even for me personally, I was just watching from home. I know you gentlemen were working at, and I was like, I did not expect this. I did not expect the 4-0.
Onic Philippines is like Hulk Hogan in the 80s. But it's not predetermined.
I don't know about the 80s.
It's not strictly in the 80s. Yeah, that's just sports. You're a football guy. Who's the most dominant team in American football?
I don't know. In history? Like, maybe Green Bay Packers? I don't know, man.
Okay, I don't know. Just imagine an entire team of Peyton Mannings. Is he the GOAT? Is he the GOAT QB?
Maybe. I really don't know who the GOAT QB would be. I think it's such a subjective. I mean, it's like us with the MLBB.
Here, everyone understands this. All of them are LeBron James at 40 years old.
Or MJs.
Or MJs.
But see, that's the same
thing.
Or Kobe's. They're that good.
Or Curry's.
Like, seriously, if this is your first time, for some reason, welcome to MLBB Esports, welcome to MPL Philippines. We're very happy to have you. But you are about to witness the literal gods of the sport today. I mean, they aren't perfect, but imagine this. In their last 32 series,
32.
They've won 29 of them. That includes a show match that they played in China.
What is that percentage?
29 out of 32?
Yeah.
I'm looking at 95, 90 to 95, somewhere in between.
My goodness. Well, we're going to be jumping into the draft here for this game number 1, and we'll see what the world champions, Onic Philippines, the previous champions of the MPL Philippines as well, want to go ahead and do on this blue side as TNC is on the red. First phase almost done. They take out the Efovius and the Harith. Over on the flip side, we got the Jushin coming out the Fanny. What was the last ban probably going to be here for TNC?
Matilda's open.
Yeah, they're going to go down that route.
Granye's open. Suyo Joy is open.
I think they'll think about taking out a pick away from King Kong. Either the Suyo or... No, if they take one of the other, then they're left with...
Less,
yeah. Because the main trade right now is Suyo, Joy, Nolan, Hayabusa. But then some teams are willing to slot in or sneak in a Fredrin or a Martis in there. So they're respecting the Selena of Super Fritz. So for Onic, they can go Suyo as they usually do, but sometimes they're willing to...
Or first pick Matilda.
First pick Matilda, exactly.
First pick Matilda. I mean, Suyo's open too. Like, is that going to be? I wonder if that's going to be a trend for teams to go ahead and pick up. That was not Suyo. That was definitely a Joy that comes through here.
Yeah, I think that's like the favorite pick of Onic right now. It is one of the heroes getting their skin. And TNC drafting red side like how Onic would do. They're looking for macro control. The Gatot Kacha has a wide coverage, of course, with how its ultimate works, and of course the low Yi being able to maximize the use of the diversion and taking a pick away from Super Friends.
Oh, wow. The Indonesian icon, Gatot Kacha, was a breakout hero just a couple weeks ago at SPS in the playoffs. TNC are on point. I'm loving what Coach DJ Douglas Joseph is on. But actually taking the reins once more. He was once a member of TNC as a playing coach and analyst, a sixth man, but now he's head coach.
He's head coach here too. That's Granger picked up, and the next pick there is CC. Very common picks, you know, that a lot of us have already seen Onic Philippines play. You know they're going to be playing it at the highest level possible. So really for this last pick for the first phase for TNC, it looks like it's going to be the Suyo, that jungle matchup we're so used to seeing.
Yeah, Suyo Joy trade. Onic gets some comforts. They have a very proactive pick in the EXP lane for Kirk. He can bully with that CC, whatever matchup he's going to be up against. I think Onic might want to watch out for a Swerve Glue pick in the EXP. It's not frequent that we'll see Glue and Gatot Kacha paired up together, but honestly, that just sounds absolutely terrifying. Surprisingly, TNC are actually banning out the Cho. So that might be a signal that this Gatot Kacha might be leaning a little bit more towards the roam, or TNC are going to be playing a little bit slower in their roam pick, might end up with something along the lines of a Tigreal for Yaoi, then the Gatot Kacha goes EXP lane.
Much like the Hilda situation, but the opposite way around. I think this Gatot's going to be the roam, man. We saw, what, 9 out of 10, if not actually all 10 Gatot Kachas in SBS be in the roam. Like, it was a solid pick. So I'd say this is Yaoi's pick right here now.
Okay, if that's going to be Yaoi's pick, the EXP lane is still open. If they just want something to disrupt, they can go Hilda with the Fovius got up against a CC.
It's good against a Joy.
Good against a Joy, yeah. I wonder if they're willing to play Lucas into CC. Some teams are willing to do that, but it's so risky.
She is still open.
Yeah.
Lucas, that was banned out, what, twice? Yeah, twice previous series, so
yeah.
See if it comes through here. Next ban, though, for TNC. Are they still going to go ahead and just focus on the roam picks? Looks like it is. Hylos is taken out, so for Brusco, anyways, what does this leave open for him to pick up?
The Tig.
The Tigreal? Unless it's taken, unless, I don't know, this is a flex and it's taken, but Dang is actually going to be banned out.
Matilda, too, uncharacteristically left.
Yeah, I think of right now for TNC. Okay, they're taking pick away. All right, Moscow. They're just going pure macro. Yeah, they just want to play around the map. Superfrizz might end up here with either a Vexana. I'd like to see him pick up a Vexana, actually. Or a... he can Farsa. Farsa should be good. He'll just have to really time it against Yaoi's initiations.
Both are good because they can check bushes for the diversion.
Yeah.
And Yaoi's jump.
I'd like to see the Farsa just because at least he can rely on the Wings by Wings to get out from the Avatar, the Guardian, or the diversion. You know, it's better than if he was the Vexana and he's just relying on, you know, the kit or the flicker.
Yeah. And just sheer footwork.
Literally.
Gotta get out of here.
Athleticism, you know, I mean.
Let me just sidestep.
This is a very Onic draft from TNC Pro Team, not gonna lie.
They studied their opponents very well.
Their priorities.
There it is.
Farsa, and of course the Khalid. Alongside the Tigreal is one of the go-to picks of Brusco.
That's a pick that goes as far back as M6.
Yeah.
Wait,
What was that last pick?
TNC?
I don't know. We're still waiting for the last TNC pickup.
Was that a blitz pick?
Not showing up yet.
I don't see it behind us.
Yeah, it's not a blitz pick, but it is up on our screen.
What's the roamer, sir?
Arena. Will it be a roam?
Gotta be.
What do we got here?
Oh, no, sorry. What's the XP? I'm pretty sure this is a roam, Gatot.
I wonder if they're going to go Edith. There's no slot in for Ruby. They need some hard grab. They need a little bit more easy to pull off crowd control. If that is a roam, Gatot.
Terizla's out of the picture. Arlo, though. Arlo!
I would like an Arlo.
Fight for the ultimate answer.
I think Hilda. Maybe it's because the last series soured me towards the idea of Hilda.
Yeah, me too. I just blanked out.
Yeah. I didn't even consider the... Oh, wait, no. Well, yeah, I did. We did mention it earlier in the draft.
It's a good counter to the Joy. Like, you just live in King Kong's face.
Yeah, we did mention it at the start of the draft. Yeah.
But that's XP, right? XP Hilda.
Yeah,
so
it's an XP Hilda.
Yeah. XP Hilda this time around. They got a contract for Yawi. I think, again, I like what TNC brought to this game one, but again, they're gonna have to cover every single base. That's just the box that every single team that has to play against Onic Philippines has to check. That was the case last season.
Yeah. And again, the draft of TNC feels like, other than it just being a mirror match of like, hey, it feels like it's Onic versus Onic in terms of the hero matchups. You could say it's like Onic versus TLID, Onic versus RQ Hoshi.
And if it's Onic versus Onic, Onic PH wins.
Yeah.
You can't play the teams lined up better than them.
If somehow TNC, again, with how much we highlighted Onic PH, if TNC can even just take this game, that's already a massive statement.
See if they're able to pull it off here. We're jumping right into the Land of Dawn here. Last match of opening day for us for MPL Philippines Season 15. Can TNC Pro Team do it and surprise us all against Onic Philippines?
Very aggro start at the center of the map by Super Friends and Brusco, knowing that the Khalid can't believe they got the catch and Low Yi. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, Brusco has not yet popped his region, but Yawi has. So that's a little bit of an edge that Brusco has.
And Brusco, too, you know, for the most part, whenever he plays this Khalid, he's had some game-winning, I would say, just set potential, even on the biggest stages. And that's something that TNC obviously has to worry about. And the fact that he can also take a lot of attention, Kelra's taken a couple shots. Of course, that gold lane matchup, but here, bottom lane.
Oh, that's a quick rotation. Hope we can see it.
He has a Vengeance at least.
Kirk survives the 2v1, and he does pop the Vengeance, yes.
So across the map, you see Onic PH winning the gold lane while they lose the EXP lane. Not entirely so, but the first rotation at the least. In terms of the emblems, is that really a Master Assassin on Kirk?
It looks like it.
He just wants to be aggro up against that Hilda. That's crazy. That's a rare spot. That's a rare sight to see.
You know what surprised me more is, with everything that's happened in mid and in bottom lane, Kelra just chunked half of the gold shielding on the gold lane turret.
Yeah. If what happened in the EXP lane wasn't a considerable win for TNC, definitely you could say at least for the first maybe next 2-3 minion waves, Kelra is winning the gold lane.
Not only that, but he also went that Fury Hammer, right? So he's got that little extra penetration damage towards the Moscom. So wants to win those trades. He still looks like he's going for it too. Right now it's TNC to go ahead and start up this turtle though. Might be able to go ahead and secure this one.
Feathered airstrike by Super Friends, preemptively used. Kirk going into the back line. Zaida goes down. The Kirkitect draws first blood, traded out for. Brusco popped as well. King Kong gets to work in on the turtle. Retribution still on point despite the man advantage for TNC. Onic takes it.
That was perfect positioning by Onic. A great use of the feathered airstrike from that area by Super Friends. Caught TNC off guard. At the same time, the timing of them just jumping on Zaida, hounding him. The late entry of Kirk meant that the Suyo was just pressured.
You see that diversion play up here on the top side too. They missed it by a little bit. I mean, they were trying to possibly catch out Kelra on his rotate back up, but unfortunate they weren't able to do it. So things are going to reset. Brusco almost at level 4 available to him. While Yawi a little bit ahead. Feathered airstrike coming down already. Whoa.
Committing the flicker. So definitely the Monster Mage was looking for some blood. SOD thrown up by Kozin. Just a preemptive measure. Let's go of the ult. And they're rotating up. It looks like they're trying to shut down Kelra's early advantage, but it's not going to happen.
Look at that work.
Yeah, this is really tough because the rotation the TNC did at the center of the map was to sort of balance out Kozen losing the gold lane. But because Super Friends got to pop him and he was forced to go back, they lost the gold lane even more. So at some point, TNC just needs to start allocating some resources to, with the turtle up there, I think try to get Kirk out of lane and then eventually help Moskov out more.
That's worth a flicker, gentlemen. I'll take that call like 4 out of 5 times. I would always flicker as the Farsa to take Kozen down.
Yeah, just delay him a little bit further because you already saw the gap between the gold laners. What is it, about 1,000 plus at this point, and Kelra knows he's got that bit of an advantage. Brusco checking out the backside there, but he is going to get spotted out. He is just going to zoom on out, though, just fine.
Sandwalk is so dirty. You saw how much Zyda committed to trying to take down Brusco, and Brusco just says, nope. Oh, Lord JM down bottom. The level gap.
Master Assassin.
Clean. There you go. This answers the question.
Yeah, there's definitely Master Assassin at work there. I was like wondering, where is the damage reduction on the, since he's under the turret? I was like, oh wait, all right, yeah, the CC has Master Assassin.
It's an assassin with a yo-yo, man.
Yeah.
You know?
That sounds terrifying. That is a mid-season anime villain that potentially might come back for the next.
Oh, Brusco pushing back 3 members of TNC. In comes Lord JM. That's a 4-man presence from the Phoenix. And they pull the turtle slightly toward their side. Here comes Kelra and King Kong from the flank. Brusco, less than half health. The SOD thrown by Kozen. Sees that there are a lot of Sonics on that side of the map, and they do take the dance slow. Kirk down to a 1/5 of his health.
Good reset though by TNC Pro Team, and even Onic, they decided to reset it. But now Onic has spent a lot.
And they are going to commit the feathered airstrike. Blasting Yowie. Pops the AOG. No one home. Brusco taken down by Lord JM. Death by Snoo Snoo.
Oh, Yowie on the run. He does go down, though. Super Prince gets that one.
The clap back by the Monster Mage. The Super Fan has her eyes on the turtle. Zyda retreats, and just like that, Kelra won't let him go. And the second turtle goes over to the world champions once more.
And now Onic Philippines are continuing it. They want to invade. Let's see if they'll be able to get this orange buff. King Kong does have his retribution, but no, it's just forcing TNC to react and watch.
The Beast is playing with his food and steals one away from Zyda.
Onic Philippines. It's crazy because I was just about to say that was oh wait, bottom lane.
Kirk, that's 3 of them. Oh, he's not gonna survive this one. Serving up a kill to Kozen.
Great job, at least finally, to get a response, because it looked like things were really tipping in favor of Onic Philippines there. But at least TNC finds a kill now on the bottom side. They should be able to get some push there. But here's the response now from Onic Philippines.
Yowie put down to less than half of his health. Brusco catches a few. The flicker raging sandstorm. Yowie down to a 1/10 of his health. JM looking for a kill. Brusco gets hit by a stray SOD. Double kill for Kozen. Super Prince bites it. AOG by Yowie. Might have been a little too risky. Backs off.
Overheat by Onic Philippines, and TNC now with the counter, showing that they can dance with Onic. It's not the cleanest, most dominating dance, but the Phoenix Army can fight and take it to the defending world and Philippine champions. We saw it in the last objective fight. We thought TNC would win it. Onic PH got to recover. Now, off of a TNC recovery, Onic PH tried to answer back, but again, they overextended. This could have been a great play, but they didn't take into account Lord JM's positioning, forcing them back. It's also a very good call by Kozen to toss the SOD, and at the same time for TNC to push forward and threaten, forcing the flicker from Kelra.
Yeah, great, just kind of scrappy fight from TNC, and I feel like that tends to be, what we see from TNC as a team a lot of the time. So if they want to go ahead and just kind of battle it out, brawl it out there with Onic Philippines in any of these lanes, they'll most likely take those fights.
TNC's side laners are eating good. 3-0 for Kozen. 2-0 for Lord JM. Despite the rocky first, 5 minutes of this game, I think they're onto a good start. These Phoenix Wings are actually spinning their way into Onyx's minds. I think if they don't watch out for Kozen, again, they find another moment like that, could be game 1.
Yeah, again, TNC, they're trading really well. Their rotations, honestly, they're not perfect, but you could see, okay, this game plan, let's go here, try to force something. There's nothing here, let's go. Sometimes they would overextend, spend a little bit too long trying to do something, but other than that, I like how TNC is playing against Onic Philippines right now.
Yeah, I'm really impressed so far, given the fact that even when they had things not go their way, you know, in the early game, they're still able to go ahead and pull things through because we're starting to see that even against an opponent like this, they're willing to take those fights.
And you know what? We've yet to even see a good diversion.
Yeah.
That's still something that they're keeping in their back pocket.
Yeah.
What if in the next, 5 minutes, Onic gets used to the tempo of TNC's fighting, and then suddenly, Lancey says, let's take this bush. Yeah. TNC is very dangerous. Do consider that ever since we ended Season 14, they've had the longest hibernation amongst all franchises.
Yeah. We did see a glimpse of what a really good divergence from TNC could do. It was that pick off in Kirk just to balance things out. But yeah, we haven't seen the really big one that completely gives favor and momentum in the game for them. But I think I can see that happening. Really, I don't know how to explain it really enough. It's my job to explain things, but I don't know how to explain it. But there's something right now with the timings and the decision-making of TNC Pro Team that's just making me go, damn, that's pretty good. I like what you guys are showing right now. Keep that up.
I just want to, and I don't mean to be a party pooper here or to douse any flames out, but remember, a lot of us from last year or last season, we felt the same way when TNC's doing good in early portion of the game. So I would love to see the different factor here for this one is they carry through, like they finish through. I mean, this goes back to even traditional sports where like you could start strong but make sure you finish, and I feel like that has been the story for TNC as we head back into the game. Jumping in, we're 7 minutes in to catch you guys up here. Turtle is almost up. Last one, the third one of this game.
All of the above mentioned is true, but just the same, looking at that mini-map, it's still blue, all right? And all the turtles went to Onic despite the great start from TNC. So they can count their blessings, understand that that big play could still happen, but Joseph is right. They have to follow through, man.
Good wave manipulation up top, meaning it's taking a while for Koza to show himself. It's going to rely on an SOD to land.
Turtle down to about half health. Early hits on the ults from Onic Philippines, and Brusco jumps in. Yaoi bites it. That's a man down. Lord James going to follow through. King Kong gets another. 3 players left for TNC, and off the cusp is Kozin farming off camp.
Great execution there by Onic Philippines. They, again, how many times have we seen this from Onic when they have, is he gonna steal it? Oh, too close for comfort, man. Nope. But yeah, TNC Pro Team are gonna lose a purple buff here. Nice try there, Kozin. And yeah, good condition check. Super Friends landing the feathered airstrike hit, Brusco being in the right position to follow up, and everyone just collapsed at the same time. Great timing by Onic PH. It was vintage Onic.
Oh, and they're still collapsing down. Lancey survives with just a sliver of health. Kelra snipes him through from downtown. The AOG knocks up 2. Super Friends bitten down on, but Kelra gets the vengeance kill.
And this is part of it too. He just picked up a Sky Piercer, so now that Kelra goes and continues to build up, the shields are gonna pop. Even before this Lord comes into play here, about a minute away before it can get taken. So it almost feels like Onic Philippines was like, yeah, TNC, you were a little scrappy. You might have had that little bit of a win, but even when it comes to the objective, we'll fight you guys, and we'll remind you who we are at this point.
Now I gotta glaze on Onic PH because just watching them execute those fights, those sequences, is just literally, everyone knows what they have to do, where they need to be. How the heck did Kelra land that Death Sonata?
We didn't see the angle.
Yeah, I really thought that Zyda was at least blocking it, but Kelra somehow found an angle. I was like, nah, there's just right enough room where I'll be able to hit Lancey, and then it landed.
And that's why I love what Super Friends does when he picks up the Farsa here. Like, he is one of those players. I mean, more and more do it now, but he's been one of those players for the longest time when he picks up the Farsa. Like, he's so aggressive that he flickers forward, right?
He's done it twice this game.
He's done it twice this game, but he's done that so many times in the past, and it sets things up perfectly for those off angles.
That's a real moment, ladies and gentlemen, during the Infinix hand cam, where they took 3 down like it was nothing, trading out King Kong for 3 members of TNC. Lancey, Zyda, Yaoi down. Lord Jam might follow through. One more for the Filipino Savage as Kelra takes down the last member, Sans Kozin from TNC.
He's still up in the heavens, the god of the gold lane, still proving that he lives up to that name. 6 kills, 0 deaths, 0 assists. He's just out for blood.
He was technically in the mid, but yes.
He's just a god.
He's
a god at this point. A lot of us have seen it, especially on this Granger pick. And we're going to take a look at the replay. I mean, look at this. The collapse down. Lord JM was waiting in the winds, but it's just too late. I mean, even if he comes in, Brusco just heals up, and he's like, I got you in a way. Even though he goes down, but Kelro will land that last shot, the Destinata. Oh, all right.
They missed the money shot. Like
yeah,
then and there was the point blank hit of the Rondo even.
Yeah.
He didn't even have to hit that long range. And the more Kelra does this on the Granger, which throws me back to SBS, the more he reminds me of one of the Philippines' greatest athletes, pool player, Efren Bata Reyes.
Yeah, man.
The geometrical genius. Yeah.
Just the angles that he takes on the table.
It's ridiculous.
Called him the magician. Other than the kid, he was the magician.
Dude, it's amazing how they both have multiple monikers and they all stick.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, Kelra does too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're both world champions.
Like all the praise we were dishing out for TNC Pro Team with the effort that we're showing, and this always seems to happen for an Onic game, where it's like, oh, whoa. It's looking a little shaky. It looks like they might drop this. Suddenly, okay, let's flip the switch. Show them just how good we are at this game.
All right, you got your licks in.
Yeah, you good? All right. It's literally the IRL version of an Aldous going, my turn.
Yeah. Dude, honestly, I just think it's part of it is like, Onic Philippines is, you know, when it comes to the team fighting, they're great, obviously. Individually in their lanes, they're great. But it's also that macro awareness, and this has always been the highlight of, I mean, even when Super Friends, for example, gets the Luyi, it even highlighted their macro awareness even more because of the plays they made. But just when they put pressure, because that was happening earlier, and that's why when we went back to the game, even though TNC won that little skirmish earlier on, it's like, well, yeah, the map is still blue. It's still for Onic Philippines, because every time they lose something, they're getting something elsewhere. And that's what every single one of their games, from last season M6 to SPS to now, that's what they're doing.
They see the map in a different way. And at first, we thought it was just Super Friends. Off of the 8G podcast, it was revealed by a lot of pro players that guessed it on that podcast. Friends just sees the game differently, man. He reads the map like no one can. Apparently, you spend enough time with Super Friends as a part of the Super Fam,
you're going to learn.
You pick it up. You get. That's why I assume Kelra is so good at the Granger now, is because he sees the map in a different way.
He sees through Super Fritz's eyes. Somehow, some way.
That's trippy.
That is.
Yeah, and it's just cool to see a gold laner that when he's getting provided vision, he does something with that vision. Whether it's Kirk, Brusco, either of those two, maybe even King Kong, a little bit too deep, a little bit too aggro. Kelra's always just there to go, nah, I got you. I'll make sure that if you go down, it won't be a waste.
We'll see if they can actually catch Kelra this time around, or actually fight for this Lord here.
Down to a fifth of its health, now a 10th. King Kong knee deep.
Oh!
Zaida gets the steal. AOG by Yaoi in the thick of it. He does go down, traded out for Super Friends. Looking for the punish. Kelra gets a double. Zaida running through.
Oh, no, Zaida.
Can Onic Philippines stop him? He gets away with highway robbery.
A Lord, and they took Super Friends down to, and this will force Onic PH to go back. Yaoi Lord JM will be up just in time. Let's see if King Kong will be able to delay it. Now, in terms of how the movement is going right now, it seems like, it might just be wasted. They won't be able to make the most out of this Lord TNC Pro Team.
Hey, it's better than nothing.
Yeah. It's something. It's something. What a steal, though, by Zaida. Gotta commend him.
Is this correct? The first Lord of the game?
Yeah, very first one.
Yep.
Go to the hands for TNC. So they won't be able to push with the Lord. Mid-tower, it will fall. So, okay, TNC Pro Team will be able to get something out of here. Some semblance of a little bit more control now.
So it's not a total waste to get that one. Again, it's a little bit of hope that they needed too. So that mid-turret actually doesn't go down just yet.
Yikes.
As Onic Philippines will go ahead and still continue to clear things. I'm wondering too, how many stacks does Kelra have right now? He's 8-0. So what did that put him at? I think he picked up the Sky Piercer
at around 2 or 3.
2 or 3, maybe 4 kills.
All right.
Oh, hold on.
What's this?
Whoa,
They collapse down onto the Brusco. Did not expect for there to be that many Phoenix Army members in that bush.
And I think, are we going to get another diversion? No, we're not, but that is a great play by TNC Pro Team. At this point, that pickoff is so expensive for Onic PH.
That's a great play from TNC, and they can actually continue to do this and build around it.
Are we just going to let go of the fact that Zaida stole a Lord? He was down 2 levels, and he stole a Lord. What are the mechanics of this young man, formerly known as Mama Coco when he was playing in the amateurs?
Dude, Onic Philippines wants to fight this, though. They're actually going to drop down the feathered airstrike. I don't think they can catch him, though, but Kirk...
Wait, they're still going!
They're still going. Oh, Kozin!
Kirk! Goes through the wall, jumps through, and yeah, TNC is... TNC
diversion.
Real. Diversion going to the back line. Do they know? Super Prince throws out one, a Death Sonata 2, they cancel.
Yeah, just like that, Onic PH gets control of the map again. If you've forgotten who Zaida is, a back-to-back MDL champion and MPL Season 13 champion with Team Liquid Philippines in their inaugural season. He was an MDL Season 2 Finals MVP and regular season MVP. For the longest time, though, touted as a double-edged sword, high-risk, high-reward type. That was high risk what he did trying to steal that Lord. Well, he got a high reward.
Definitely did, and so it might make Onic Philippines also hesitant a little bit on this next one coming up in just a couple seconds. But this is where anytime, any lineup, any team that has the Loyi can play around the macro presence. But look at this. Onic Philippines is going to go for themselves, trying to make a play.
Got a concealed play. Raging Sandstorm on a 3. SOD hits no one. Lancey's down. Bruce can turn it out for Zaida gets a kill. Look at the back line. King Kong takes down Kozin. The shutdown onto the Moskov. And Zaida cover tail. But Kelra shuts him down. You ain't going nowhere, son. 3 for 1. Onic back on the board.
What a scramble by these two. And at the end of it all, it's TNC Pro Team. Who's suddenly surprised.
Lord JM, he tried to get away. Couldn't find a bush. Kelra gets him.
And now TNC have to play from the back. Or will Onic actually just try to end with this lone minion wave against Agatas Gacha? Goes in and Lancey will be back in time.
It's an end angle. Literally Yaoi versus the world. They penetrate through mid. King Kong sent over to deal with the Lord alone. And Onic PH just going for insurance.
And that's what I'm saying. You know, this is a showcase that even so, Onic Philippines will find different ways to approach these team fights. I mean, think about it. They popped that conceal, they went around the corner, they caused some chaos against a lineup like this from TNC, and they end up still protecting Kelra. Like, looking at this replay, look at the positioning. Kelra's able to be okay, even though in between Lord JM and Kozin, and they still survive. So he joins this fight, pops off a couple shots, and catches Zaida here at the end. So with that, they get the Lord, they get that one turret, and now they get prepped and ready to approach the base of TNC.
We've always talked about how Onic PH, suddenly it feels like they're coming from, or at least Kelra, King Kong, Kirk, usually those three coming from all angles. That was literally the entire team coming from every direction possible in the game.
And at this point, once again, Brusco using that conceal ready. The turrets are going to go down. Still the top is up. That second tier finally falling. The Lord's cleared out, though, so TNC, can they stay in this game? Yaoi will go ahead and charge on up the Unbreakable. They're going to clear these waves. Better airstrike.
Reggie sends up the answer. Cancelled AOG, revitalized by Yaoi. Catches Brusco and Kirk. Vengeance already in the SOD. Kozin takes it point blank. Kelra takes down Yaoi. That's a man down for TNC. Finally, the last inhibitor falls. TNC just a bare base left.
Kirk actually got to block a really good SOD angle. Since Kirk blocked it, Kozin couldn't find the perfect gag angle for his ultimate.
King Kong catches a few beads from TNC, pushed them out, cleared. The Phoenix Army lives on another day.
Okay, TNC will actually stay in the game despite losing all the turrets, though. They still have some fight in them. Waves pushing up on top and bottom. Are they actually going to still go for the end angle here?
The Super Fam is relentless. They want to end it. Feathered airstrike by Super Prince. Look at the back line. Scrambled. Lancey trying to go up against the guy in the gold lane. Kelra does call the shot. Kozin comes in. The wind of nature. Not enough for Kelra to survive the shutdown. 11 kills worth of gold. Zaida taken out by King Kong. The fight continues. 2 for 1. The current trade. Lancey's down. Yaoi fighting for his life will not work out. 3 for 1. This is still an end angle. Lord Jamin and Kozin left.
They're going to have to keep it together here. It's only 2 versus the 4.
Kozin gets jumped in on by Brusco. Strike served up with a few salvos of Super Prince's feathered airstrike. The base still left standing. There's one siege minion. The base is going to fall. Onic Philippines takes game 1.
You can't count it out, though. Onic Philippines is super fam. The world champs will take it game number 1. But man, what a performance, though, from TNC there in game 1.
Yeah, they showed up, but it seems like with every time we saw TNC do something great and make us think, whoa, can they actually do this against Onic PH? Onic PH reminded who the hell they are.
Ooh, man. I was holding my breath there at the end because even with Kozen there, I feel like him alone, the decisions he made with the SOD on some of those moments and some of those angles, hats off to him, man, to be able to go and try to do that too against a team like this. And I don't know, I have that same feeling now, Redmar. You know, there's still that fire burning in me for TNC here.
Right, there's something bubbling up in there.
It's a roller coaster of emotions. That one last sequence alone, in the final minute of the game, you could have sworn maybe TNC can do it.
Yeah. I think what got them, though, was what I thought was going to be a good play, but it turned out all against them. It was the diversion. They decided to supplement what Kozen did against Keller. It's like, our Moskov needs help. If the Moskov didn't have the blink to be able to get closer to the base, it would have been good that they decided to diversion that deep. But I think the diversion was just a little bit too far from safety.
Yeah.
And it was in the middle of the entire line of Onic PH, ready to answer it, ready to help Kelra.
Speaking of Kelra, MVP of the game, 11-1-2. And he got a little spicy there at the end too, but great performance for the Granger.
I get it though. If what TNC was thinking was to take down the MVP, this young man right here, it would have been worth it. But that's the danger of it all. You committed that many resources to just take down one hero.
Yeah.
It eventually became a 1-for-3, and you're already losing the trade.
Yeah, I think if they held on to that diversion, they already would have gotten that kill onto Kelra.
Eventually,
But again, you can't fault it. It's such a tough call to make in that scenario. It's just also very unfortunate that typical Onic PH things, they were ready to respond. And if you look at the MVP highlights of Keller here, that's his theme for this game. He's ready to respond. You bring my frontliner down, but I got the info that you're low. I'm ready to toss my Death Sonata, rinse and repeat.
And that was that angle we were talking about too, you know, how he lines up some of these shots with a Death Sonata. And again, it was really just the approach that Onic Philippines took as a team. How they adapted it throughout this game is really what stood out to me. And, you know, like you mentioned too, the usage of that diversion plays a big part in what TNC was able to do. And I think even at that last one that you guys were mentioning, it was unfortunate because of the fact that Yaoi was also too far away from the team when that was sent through. So then they couldn't have the proper follow-up that they were looking for. But there's some phenomenal team fights here, man. I mean, from both sides through the entirety of the game.
They decided to double tap Keller. I think that's one of the main issues. If it all just came down to that last team fight and they just, you know, said, Keller's gonna die anyways, let's go for something else.
Yeah.
Then maybe we have a, see, look.
Yeah. This is that one, yeah, right here. See, Yaoi gets cut off.
Oh, this is
too.
post sequence. This is post sequence.
That was the diversion. Like at that point, Kozen was fine.
Yeah.
But again, that's a really tough call to make in that scenario.
Split
the timings
second.
were so tight. It's split second. If I was TNC, not gonna lie, I probably would have made that call too, to just go, you know, let's go diversion. It looks like they're split, but Onic PH were not split. The bulk of them were where that diversion landed.
That is Schrodinger's split.
Yeah.
It's split, but it's not.
Yeah. Up until you actually see it happen.
Yeah, and this is, again, I just want to go ahead and say, like, this is TNC, a team that maybe a lot of people don't have that much expectation for so far, but this showing in game one on how they could come together, especially at the end of that game, shows a lot in what the potential for them to be. Again, you know, they did lose this game one. Onic Philippines played their role to the T, and Kelra, they didn't have an answer, really, for Kelra.
One thing I really like that here is actually the build of Kirk. He went War Axe, Brute Force, and then those last three, Oracle's a usual go-to, but for him to go Blade Armor, plus the Vengeance, that is one of the reasons why Kozen was kind of like annoyed with this CC, even though he had a very good KDA. And he also decided to go for the Sea Halberd. He knew just how much damage he could do as the CC, with how tanky CC is, actually quite deceptively tanky. It felt like the Master Assassin emblem was a foreshadowing, because this CC was played like an assassin in some regards.
He put blades on his yo-yos.
Yeah.
It could have been a dominance ice, folks. That's the logic here. You usually build defense on the CC, but he said, no, I'm going for the throne. I want to end this quick. So he gave even Lord JM something to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that double, I mean, with the Vengeance plus the Blade Armor, and then the Master Assassin. Like, that's actually quite a bit of damage back to you.
Yeah, and Kirk understood his positioning. Again, there was one siege that when Yawi decided to AOG, and it was, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, when Yawi decided to AOG and he got Brusco, actually the SOD that Kozen threw was blocked by Kirk. If that didn't get blocked, it would have hit an angle wherein the Onic Philippines would have gotten sandwiched by members of TNC Pro Team, because now you have a Moskov close to your back line and everyone else is still marching forward. So it just adds again to the idea of Onic PH just know where they need to be at exactly the right time.
Yeah, a lot of the positioning is actually for, as much as if I'm not casting the games, when I do get to watch Onic Philippines, I just look at the positioning, not just for Kelra, but like as the team, you know, because each one of them are just it seems like they're just in the right place, always at the right time, you know, and that's especially hard to do against a lineup that has a Louis Yi. That's meant to kind of like throw you off, you know, on your positioning. So great response there, like I said, from Onic Philippines, but TNC, I like what they showed.
They tried the Louis against the Louis.
They did.
Yeah.
But I mean, even in the draft, like that was a good snag. You know, take it away from Super Prince.
Yeah. And I don't know why, but I can't go. I keep coming back to Kozen here. I was really impressed by how he decided to play this. I thought he had more deaths, but 6-1-2, that was crazy.
Yeah. Well, also, guys, we have a little video for you guys for Golden Month. We'll explain it after this.
Hello, MPL fans! Thank you. Maraming salamat sa mainit yung pagtanggap sa akin dito sa MLBB community ngayong Golden Month. Thank you. Kamsahamnida! Pero syempre, hindi pa tapos ang mga pasabog dahil simula bukas, may sorpresang hatid ang Golden Month para sa inyo, sa lahat ng mga nanonood ng MPL Season 15 live sa Green Sun Hotel. Sosyal! At ang kailangan nyo lamang gawin is manood, sumayaw, makisali, at masorpresa. Again, manood, sumayaw, makisali, at masorpresa. Kaya kung ako sa inyo, bibili na ako ng ticket sa ph-mpl.com/tickets dahil marami pang pasabog and surprises and prizes ang naghihintay sa inyo ngayong Golden Month. Kaya kung ako sa inyo, tututok lang ako sa MPL PH.
All right, so I'm going to ask the question on behalf of our international viewers. Who is that and what is Golden Month?
Well, to keep it short, she's very famous here and we're giving away a lot of stuff for March. That's MLBB for you.
For those wondering, that is a former Pinoy Big Brother star and comedian and vlogger and actress.
Everything.
Melay Francisco now. She's also married to an actor, so
yeah.
She's...
And they're giving stuff away, basically. So Golden Month for all of our viewers, and I'm sure even our international viewers, there's some way you can join.
Yeah. I'm actually not sure if it's a Philippines thing, but definitely we could say if you're in the Philippines and you play a lot of MLBB, there's a high chance if you just log in every day and play the game, you win stuff. And I'm not just saying like the typical, oh, stickers, recalls, all that. Actual physical stuff, potentially, maybe, if you participate.
Good things. So, you know, if you're in the Philippines, go ahead and join us for Golden Month. And now, again, going to the matchup here. I don't know, man. I know first series, I was like, I wasn't expecting the sweep. This one, before we just saw this, I was like, yeah, this might be a sweep. But I think this one, again, for TNC, I still believe that they can actually take a game. I think they can, but looking at this, by the way, can they take a game against a team that has a marching band?
It's not just a marching band. It's a Sonic Republic.
It's a Sonic Republic marching band.
The marching band is a sub-unit of the Republic.
Of the Republic.
It is a full-on, just short of being a just country.
No, one thing I gotta say is that for MPL Indonesia fans and for our Indonesian brothers and sisters, this is a common sight for them. So it's good to see that we have that now here too at home. They got flares? Oh, they got flares?
They get road clearance for that?
What the heck?
They told the government, local government unit of Makati City to do this?
That's cool. I wish we were part of that, man. That looks a lot. That looks like a lot of fun.
They actually stopped traffic, by the way. So that was the use of the flare. Like they held the traffic there for that.
No one will pass through this street so that we can celebrate our world champions.
I wish that we had footage of people getting out of their cars and like dancing along with.
Yeah. Just like, what's going on? Cool.
Just keep it going. You know?
I don't think that's how it works in real life. Someone would have gotten out of their car and terrifyingly mad.
Oh man, brings me back to one of these commercials I did way back where I had to be one of those people that get out of car and dance.
Oh, you broke.
Hold up, family.
I'm dealing with so much stimuli right now.
Let's go ahead. All right.
No. Someone needs to look for that. Someone needs to find a video of a commercial that was in the States or in the Philippines.
I'll give you a hint. It was called Jump In. It was a song. It was a music video.
All right. Someone's got to look for that.
A music
Nice
video,
a music video
to a song called Jump In and give us the time.
She's a Filipino artist.
Oh, from a Filipino artist.
I think her name's Sanchez, something Sanchez,
Jessica Sanchez.
Yeah.
So it's getting so much easier then.
Those are a lot of hints, but here's the hint. TNC picks blue.
Oh, okay.
So the meta does dictate that blue is strong.
Yeah. I'm still going to lean towards the idea that maybe down the line, like once they understand the meta a little bit more, we'll see more just red side pryos. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with just if Suyo's open for you, you pick Suyo. If Joy's open for you, you go ahead and pick Joy in the first pick blue side. It's like there's nothing wrong with prioritizing and rushing those two. If you want to be spicy and surprise, if Joy's off the table, you can Grange your first pick. If you really want to be spicy, you go Harith first pick.
Something tells me the Joy first pick is a very specific Onic thing.
Yeah, I feel like they're one of the probably like in my memory, like the only team or maybe one of two teams
who puts
that
more
does
stock in the Joy.
Yeah. And that's just like such a King Kong thing in general, you know, to be able to go ahead. I think he loves to be able to have that ability to move so quickly.
Yeah.
Because, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, Joy's probably one of the fastest heroes, you know, to be able to like have that mobility, that type of mobility, but also just to be able to pump out enough damage too, because that's the thing, you know, her damage profile is great.
Now as we look at Brusco, played his first Cali game in MPL PH after winning M6 with an 86% win rate in 7 games with the hero. Yeah, actually looking back, back in MPL Philippines Season 14, yeah, that was one of the main picks that really just made us go, wow, Khalid, really? And then Brusco made his name. With that hero, alongside, of course, they got Nakacha. At that time, they were still flexing Edith as Rome EXP.
You know what I miss? Onic PH flexing Alpha. If you'll remember, here in this very arena, about
XP
4 or 5 months ago, they brought out the Alpha, and I could have sworn I was on camera and I was on broadcasting. There's no way this works.
And it worked.
It did.
I feel like in a way they limit test themselves.
If I'm not mistaken, it didn't work in that game where you called this won't work. Then it worked after that, right?
In the hands of Onic.
In the hands of Onic,
They played it as a very specific... I talked to Coach Tony after. Like, Coach Tony, I have a lot of explaining to do. My integrity as a broadcaster and analyst of MLBB is on the line. I did say, like, there's no way this is right. He was like, this was during the heyday of Phovius.
Right.
He was like, oh, Leo, it's because it's a good answer to Phovius in the XP. And it was! And then it solved itself.
Oh yeah, that's why we saw that whole like Alpha Jungle Prio also.
Because it evolved from that.
Yeah, it evolved from that. Yeah. Okay.
That's I don't know. I
miss that on it.
I was gonna say I don't miss Alpha.
Why not? Alpha's great.
I don't know. When I think of Alpha, I have like as a half American, I have flashbacks of M6.
Okay.
Going this way.
Yeah.
Going not the way that he wanted to. That's not the spirit of Alpha, I know.
I hate it so much, mainly because it works the opposite way as the Ruby DD. Ruby DD is amazing.
Yeah.
It's a move that you do with the Lunos.
Yeah.
But whenever it happens to me in game, and people who watch my stream know this, oh no, I pulled the Mobazane because I fear of Alpha backwards. I don't know. It's a quirk for the ult. I don't think it's a bug that's meant to be. It's just a thing that happens.
It's just something that happens.
Yeah, I think a lot of Alpha players can relate to that moment. Also, it's like, when I saw a player again, my initial reaction was like, what the heck is happening? And then I run it back. It's like, yeah, I felt that more than 10 times in my entire life playing Alpha.
Yeah, I pulled the Mobazane. Back to streaming, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's back.
Yeah.
Oh, good to see him.
And he's doing great. Like again, just to answer all of the inquiries and to dash all doubts, he literally was just taking a break.
I feel like everybody, kind of went through that. Even like Yawi here,
Here we go.
I'm sure he's went through it. Now, he is the MPL PH player with the most games played on Cho. This is what we hinted at earlier. 44 games with a 54.55% win rate here, Renmark.
Yeah, and it's wild considering the significant amount of time he spent in Indonesia. No one has surpassed him yet in the usage of Cho.
He let dudes catch up, and he's still the #1 Cho.
Yeah, I think it stems also from his time in Next Play. But it's weird because during that time, they were flexing Cho. Sometimes we'd see Renegade go EXP
That's
Cho.
why it became a Renegade signature pick too.
Yeah. So it's wild to see. Though when we said earlier, Yawi is Cho.
Yeah.
Literally, that's it. That's a stat line for you.
And I would say, even like for Renegade, he's known as like, the hitman and everything else. And he's also one of those Filipino players that's well known for his Cho. But then there's just Yawi. Like Yawi's just on this other level right now. So I don't know. They were the ones that banned it out though in the previous game, right? So this time around, TNC is going to be on the blue side as we jump into the draft for game 2 here on Philippines on the red. Bans coming out. Not sure if much is going to change. That is the Moskov and the Ganaconcha though being banned out this time around.
Oh, okay. They're respecting the Gato Trio that Onic likes to go for. Let's see if we'll see Loi. I think Loi is one of the picks that we have to put focus on here with the Moskov getting taken out by Onic PH. They still have a possibility to play that because that's sort of like a threat. When you ban out Moskov first phase, you're sort of telling a team, hey, watch out for us picking Lo Yi. Because when we take out the Moskov, that's one of the best heroes that could deal with a Lo Yi gone.
Which also opens up one of the most notorious heroes in the history of the game, Fanny. Fanny is still at large because of these whole Moskov bans.
Oh, banned out.
Oh, there she is. All right.
Yeah, she's banned
Clean. Okay. Good. So that leaves the whole Joy Suyo situation.
TNC did respect the Lo Yi actually.
Matilda was snubbed game 1.
Yeah.
I don't know how to feel about that.
It might be snubbed yet again.
Selena, though, that's open too.
It's open for now, anyway. It has come out with that last ban, but that's actually going to be the phobia. So this first pick, what's TNC do with having this blue side and this favorable pick?
Do they steal the Joy, or do they let that open too? They pick up the Eve.
I think they leave the Joy. I don't think TNC takes the Joy.
I think they'll go. I mean, Suyo's still up on the board. They can just, again, you can not go wrong with the Suyo pickup. But then you're giving the likes of again, Granger Jungle is still an option for Onic PH after all this time somehow.
They did that against See You Soon
Yeah.
in SBS.
But that might be a little bit too risky. It might just end up becoming a Joy Suyo trade again, and then you'll see a Harith potentially for Onic.
Oh, okay, Harith.
Ooh, okay, this I
You
like.
mentioned this earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like one of the spicy picks, like if it's very open, like you just go Harith. So now it overloads Onic with a choice of Suyo Joy. TNC will be left with one or the other.
And Onic doesn't have to rush the Granger.
Exactly. But I wouldn't like TNC to actually pair Joy and Harith together because that's an overload of magic damage.
Yeah. And
So Onic goes Suyo X.
Yeah.
Then make my day.
Yeah.
Suyo Yue? Suyo Yue. Suyo Eve?
Suyo Eve, yeah.
If you look at Eve the right way, it does say Yue.
There's Suyo.
There's one thing that I want to see TNC consider in this first phase. They go ahead and rush it.
They showed the stat and Brusco was like, nah.
That doesn't sit well with me, coach.
I think here they have to consider the likes of Eve, Khalid, and I want them to consider Nolan actually in the jungle instead of a Joy, because up against that Cho, I wouldn't like it very much. Joy needs to stay a little bit longer to make her electrifying beats work, while Nolan is literally, burst, I'm out of here.
Or better yet, just a Haya.
Haya.
It's safer. You're not even on the map for the Cho to kick.
Well, we do see Cho get picked up once there is a Haya on the other side. They might be leaning a little bit more towards Haya though, yeah. Oh, they go Alpha. We were just talking about it. And they go Alpha Matilda.
And Matilda.
Great
classic.
Great first half for TNC. We were looking for it earlier. Here it is.
Classic combo. Matilda
better.
Alpha.
Much better start for TNC, I'll say.
Yeah, I like
You
this.
hate the Alpha.
Yeah, so I like the combo. I just I've seen enough of Alpha, even though he's my second most played hero.
Alpha Dog 360.
Alpha Dog 360. You do tune in.
I know. All right, so Onic has to pick a mid laner here. And they don't. All right, the Granger's still open.
Yeah.
All right, so, man, for instance, hero pool, he don't care.
This is dive versus reach. TNC definitely. Actually, you know what? No, Onic are the ones that take out the Eve.
I was thinking TNC.
Wow.
I thought TNC would. I think Super Prince just probably wants Valentina.
Yeah.
Like he probably wants Valentina, or if
I don't think there's enough on the board to steal yet.
I don't. Maybe Super Prince just he'll take it anyway. You know, comeback season Koeto, he says. Okay, wait, hold on. This is actually This is all in Tagalog. I got this, guys.
Go ahead.
Yawi via All-Star Magazine. Comeback season Koeto, he says. Sobrang daming nagdadaw sa akin. Kaya mas namamotivate akong patutunan yung sarili ko.
All right, to be fair,
was that close?
The major beats are in English.
Yeah.
So it's his comeback season. A lot of people are doubting him, and that it makes it all the more way of motivating himself.
All right.
To prove that the haters are wrong.
Yeah, haters are wrong, man.
That's it.
Man. I love it.
More
power,
Selina's
Tristan.
gone.
There's Selena.
It's either Aurora, Vexana. The three majors I'm looking for are Aurora, Vexana, Sicilian. And I think that Sicilian would slot in so well with TNC Pro Team's Alpha, Matilda, Harith all together. They have the true damage and overload of magic. They'll need the... they'll be lacking physical on the XP.
You know what's risky? If it's a Sicilian, since TNC is already looking like a dive comp, Sicilian has a dead zone in front of him, so I wouldn't.
No, I mean, TNC are... Oh, for Onic not to pick the Sicilian. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So that means TNC will get the Sicilian plus what? Fovi? Oh no, Fovi's gone.
Lucas is still open.
Lucas, yeah.
Lucas.
Oh, Lucas, Sicilian, and TNC would be so aggro.
So good.
If they want a bit of... Oh, they take it still.
They don't care about the dead zone.
Super Fritz
it's
doesn't
Super
care.
Fritz. He's gonna sidestep everything.
Okay, Barrett's.
Ooh.
XP Barats?
Yeah, this is an XP Barrett's.
Imagine they swing the Alpha, though, and it was like Jungle Barrett's, like we throw it back.
What's in mid?
Right? What's this mid play gonna be?
I think they'll just Farsa.
Lanes against Sicilian. Yeah.
Yeah, you need reach anyway.
That's right. You need to go toe-to-toe, range for range.
Novaria. They don't need heavy magic damage. The vision, the slow, they already have the Harith for the heavy magic damage.
Right.
Isn't that such a Lancey pick, too?
Yeah.
Oh,
dang it.
I mean, dive is dive.
Oh, dang it.
So you needed to play in that space. The Novaria would have been weird. As much of a utility pick as it is, and specialty for Lancey.
Oh, dang.
On it closes strong with a specialty for Kirk.
Yeah, that's
Kirk
a
special.
That's a signature, man.
When you say Edith, it's him and Edward.
I was gonna say, yeah, him and Edward. I still think, with this lineup for TNC, I like the concept of it. I like what they are bringing to it, but maybe the Aurora is part of the answer, too, to kind of go ahead and work on catching Kelra, because I feel like that was, some of the difficulty they had. Or maybe it's also just a good answer just in case they get caught by a Claws, for example, or they get kicked. They can force that fight by just locking them down with the Aurora kit.
Yeah, no, I totally see that happening, and I agree. I think that's what they were looking for when they picked up the Aurora. The Barretts, I think, is going to be the biggest question here, because this is very timing-based. This lineup puts a lot of pressure on the three players all together, the Matilda, the Alpha, and the Barretts together. They need to weave in and out and well.
See if they can weave it, make it work, take it to a game 3. That'd be something that a lot of people might not expect from TNC. Can they make it happen here in game number 2 against Onic Philippines? And again, even with the setup, it's funny how we were just talking about the Alpha, and now he comes through for Zaida here. This matchup too, the Alpha versus the Suyo, he's gonna have to make it work, but at least in this way, they have a ton of utility this time for TNC to go ahead and play around with, other than just the diversion.
Which I think is something we've failed to mention. The damage profile on TNC is so odd. If Kozen's not ready, who's dealing the damage?
Yeah. Yawi on the Matilda, maybe. And, you know, like, at that point, that's a good question to ask here on how they approach the game, especially in the early game, because of the fact, too, if Kozin ends up getting behind against this matchup, the Granger versus the Harith, he's going to have some trouble, and he's really going to have to rely on Yawi to help him out, probably.
Yeah, again, a lot of pressure on the ones that we mentioned. Lansing really needs to be hitting those glaciers. And most importantly, the closest thing they have to the potential worst damage coming from, the answer to it, it's Zyda. It has to be that Alpha. But then the Alpha will have to put himself in such dangerous situations with a Sicilian that you won't be able to reach, a Granger you can't reach. Okay, let's take out the gold laner first. But just up against the other 4 heroes on the side of Onic, that's a tough dance to dance for an Alpha.
Even against Kirk, who has like 1 or 2 items, and once he presses the Primal Wrath, Alpha might even have to say, guiding winds, guiding winds!
Yeah, it's like, Zyda might actually have to hold on to his Spear of Alpha, so he just has an option to out if in case he needs it.
Oh, look how fast his turtle's going here.
Ooh.
They actually contest.
TNC taking it clean. Zyda scores, looking to punish one. Super Prince bites it.
Good play. They get a turtle. They get a kill to go ahead and work around.
Oh.
King Kong just finding else on the map.
Yeah, he stole the orange buff, so that's a trade they decided to go for. They know that they lose against the level 4 of the Barretts in the first objective, so they decided, you know what, let's just get vision here. They were able to spot out Super Frizz, took him down, but they lost their orange buff, and that's where the deficit gets balanced out.
That is advanced thinking by the beast, the Sigma King. He's done this like what?
Yeah.
Dozens of times, hundreds of times. Like this is the signature response for Onic when they don't have an initiative.
And this is what I was saying in the previous game. You know, every time they seems like they're going to lose, mostly an objective, they're finding something elsewhere across the map, and that's why that macro play style from Onic Philippines has been so prevalent for a lot of the competitions they've been in, a lot of teams that have been studying them, is, you know, replicating that movement from them. So it does look like they are the ones going with the troubleshooting here. So a couple minutes hopefully and we're back into the game. But I would say, you know, even for TNC at least, this way, with this kind of lineup, you can actually play pretty well with the fact that you have a Matilda, right? But I'm wondering, because when was the last time maybe we saw Yawi play a Matilda? I know at least, is this one of his picks that he can actually have that playstyle with? Or is it more just, I'm going to be that utility guy, I'm going to get my people out of the sticky situations and work from there?
Forever. It's been about forever since we saw Yawi on Matilda.
A few games here and there in Indonesia from time to time. Back when he was, I think his name was, at that time, King Gugun. I remember I liked their combo when it was a Matilda Barretts that they pulled off. There would be times also when Iran would be playing the Barretts and the EXP. Actually, no, wait. Is Yawi just playing some of RORA and Liquid's greatest hits? That's just a thought that struck me right now. It's like, because we were thinking like, oh, it's very Onic-coded, right? Sort of like TLID Arki Hoshi.
This ain't working. Let's run it back.
Yeah, now I'm just feeling like, is this TLID in the Philippines? What's going on?
But again, you're taking something that worked prior and then running it back. There's a reason why things are great in their context.
Yes.
I don't think it's a good idea. Well, so far it is, right? So far, they scored a turtle, they drew first blood.
Yeah.
Who am I to say it's a bad idea?
The only thing that is a bad idea for TNC in this one, I feel like, or one of the big bad ideas, is letting the game get too long. Because you got a Sicilian, man. Like, you got that. But also, if Kelra just does what he did last time.
You got double stacking heroes as cores. Punish them.
Yeah.
That's one way to win, yes.
Hopefully they're able to go ahead and execute that. We'll see. It looks like they're ready, nearly ready to jump back. There it is. There's the signal.
Sant, do it, Sant!
There it is. Man, his form has really been refined since last season.
Bit of hesitation there at the beginning, though. He was second-guessing himself if it was time to go, but I'm glad he still got it down.
Okay, jumping back into the game again. If you're just joining us, that first turtle and first blood secured and taken by TNC. And, you know, not only do the fact that they have this tons of utility with the Matilda pick, but they also are still able to go ahead and run with the 2 Purifies to help them with, you know, some of the CC that's going to be thrown at them with Onic Philippines' lineup. They're rotating around.
All right, that's a little under score. JM misses. The Dennis Welcome finds a missile expert, though. King Kong is going to go down. Zyda gets the kill. and there's nothing on the board for Onic just yet.
Ooh.
I was gonna say, isn't it ridiculous that the team who is facing against the CC of TNC or this lineup doesn't have Purify? Look at Onic. No respect to the CC.
This is what I call athleticism, man. Like athletic flickers.
Yeah.
Nah, I'd win.
Yeah, that's like pure reaction. I think there's a window of time where you can react to flickering away from the ultimate of the Aurora, similarly to the Barretts, although I think the Barretts would be a little bit harder to pull off.
Spear of Alpha.
Yeah, Spear of Alpha is their biggest problem, though. That's the one, like, if you're stuck in there, you're stuck. You cannot get out of it.
There's a lot of CC that I'm just thinking maybe Onic could have respected a little more. But who am I to say? These are world champions, right? I'm just a dude staring at a screen screaming.
You're just a guy. At this point, though, too.
Oh.
Already early poke. This is what we expect, though, especially with the Sicilian. It's only going to get worse as the game goes on. But TNC is in a position to go ahead and try to just secure the second turtle. They might be able to just go ahead and grab it by zoning off Onic, and it looks like that's going to happen. But look at this, too. As Zyda secures that, there's a wave cut up top. Kirk might have to get back. There's going to be a quick response.
First time it happened,
TNC.
King Kong stole an orange. Now he was forced to stay on his side of the map. So, yeah, deep cut by Kirk, but TNC can respond to it just as quickly. What's crazy is what gasps me, all right, is the fact that the gold lead ain't that big. How is how is Onic keeping it tight like this?
How many times have we asked this question about Onic? Again, they just get resources somehow from minion waves, those little compounding steals of the jungle creeps, whether it's the lizards or the golems. That's just it.
And they're taking the first turret of the game.
They get that turret just like that, too.
What?
Again, it was all a timing thing there. You know, Kozin does get a Starlium Scythe here. They want to go ahead and trade. They're going to take this tier 1 on the bottom side. But that's the thing. It is a good thing to kind of keep attention to for Onic Philippines, even though it might look like, yeah, objectively they're losing this or they're losing that turtle, but they're still able to keep things even in terms of economy. And all the while, like we said, Super France is just going to be stacking up, doing his thing on the Sicilian.
Despite the Barretts also showing how much damage it would take, good emblem adjustments by Onic Philippines. They actually are packing Ruptures on Super Prince and Kelra, so that's mainly really just to answer the Barretts. Other than that, TNC, at some point they're going to have to translate them winning objectives into more objectives. Get turrets down. Right now, the minion waves are, strangely enough, getting manipulated by Onic PH. TNC have only traded the sides, but you'd think at some point they'd be able to get the mid lane if they play their cards right in this third turtle or on the first lord.
Oh, Kirk spotted by 2. Zaman Force committed here by Kozin. Primal Rat by Kurt. Blasting away. In comes Super Prince. Pops the ult as well. No one hit by the Frigid Glacier. Brusco backs off. The respect to the firepower of Onic PH. Still, TNC happy with their kill.
Happy with their kill, but they might look for more Brusco. Oh, not going to land the kick he was looking for in that angle. So that's 3 for 3 for turtles for TNC here.
Wow, a great play right now by TNC. See, okay, one of the questions answered as to why Onic have minimized the gap in the gold is that every time a sequence is about to happen around an objective, King Kong is somewhere else and he's farming, either clearing minion waves or stealing the jungles as we mentioned. Now TNC, we got what we asked for earlier, convert a turtle, a win, a fight into an objective. They got the turret down, the second one in the bottom lane. So now TNC can be poised to, in this next Lord, I want to see them commit a 4-1 split, typically to how Onic do it. Try to get that mid lane tower down, threaten the lower portion of the map, while you just play around the objective, try to bait out abilities, and then that's when Lord JM goes with the late usage of the Detonus Welcome.
This is very Filipino. Approaching the 8-minute mark and there's only 3 kills.
Yep.
It's very Filipino.
Bro, we are so back.
We're so back. You know what? But the thing that stands out here, too, is 2 big items being picked up for Onic Philippines. That was the Sky Piercer last picked up for Kelra, and then the glowing one now for Super Prince. And that's going to help with some of that sustainability because, as I say it, there's the total healing done right now from the lineup for TNC. So, you know, if they take a couple shots from Super Prince, that's going to help, you know, bring that down a little bit. And that's why I'm saying TNC, it's great they have this control in this portion of the game, but hopefully they can continue on, get this Lord, and then transition to actually marching towards Onic Philippines' base.
Look at King Kong escorting a chubby wave up top. I mean, if they knew exactly where Zyda was, maybe he would have committed, but they're taking it slow. They're working on the safe lane here that's closer to the Lord. So Onic might be thinking to contest.
Without TNC right now are formed up in the map. Okay, so they are doing what we said that they should, but what they gave up was actually control around the objective. Now Onic are holding the priority shrubs for this Lord. They're forcing counter to react bottom. Oh! They caught Prince!
Oh, the jump in by TNC, and they're looking to find a vengeance kill onto Lord JM. Not going to happen as TNC collapse onto this Lord at half health now. Yawi pushing back the rest of Onic Philippines, and that's the Phoenix Army scoring a major objective.
There you go, TNC. Lord JM's been on point. I mean, utilizing the flicker with the Daytona's welcome to find those key pickoffs.
Feed him more.
Wow, I'm so glad that actually Lord JM got that, because that's the opener they needed. Again, Onic PH had the positional advantage, but whether it was Lord JM's call or TNC's call, let's just say it's a TNC call, to commit the flicker detonus welcome to cast Super Prince, it showed. Onic PH were so hesitant to even show themselves, because even though the detonus welcome was gone, one of their biggest deterrents, their biggest tools in the team fight, the Sicilian was taken out.
Was taken out, and you know, at this point they'll go ahead and just try to clear things up, hold things together the best they can, just try to secure these buffs as well, but they're gonna have to deal with the Lord eventually. And so right now TNC playing in their favor, playing in the momentum. They want to go ahead and march down at least the mid lane, get some of these shields popped if they can. Mid lane, adding wind, certainly Eagle used, but they get that turret down, still trying to march in with this Lord. The goal is right now just those shields, honestly, for TNC at this point.
Holy shields, I'd say, are minor objectives. Again, a confirmed wave clear. And talking about wave clear, look how Kirk just commits the Primal Wrath. We need to get rid of this Lord ASAP.
Called there by Onic PH. This will help them out in the defense. Poke damage not quite there just yet for Onic Philippines.
Holy shields up top!
So TNC Pro Team will be controlling.
They got one.
The tempo. Yeah, that's one.
There's about a minute and a half that they could use it.
They got two.
Oh yeah, they
just one.
They got the bottom one, right?
The bottom one.
Bottom pop.
Yeah, bottom pop.
Okay. Well, TNC, this is great for them still, because they're continuing to build up on the lead that they have. But I'm just wondering, right, at some point, will this turn in favor of Onic Philippines, because if they just buy themselves, some time even into the next Lord or past that, we always know whenever a Sicilian is on a team, I mean, we saw this even back in M6, man, the amount of defenses based around this hero alone, the Sicilian, can win games.
They're taking time bomb.
There's the stacks right there.
So it's at 169, 170 something now.
Yeah.
Again, the double stack hero is currently, you know, biting Onic in the behind.
Yeah, it's going to take a while. Usually the main goal for Sicilians is to reach 210 or 211.
Yeah.
He'll be able to get there maybe at around 13 minutes. It won't take that long. But one of the main conditions also is that Super Friends needs to be on his third item. Once he's locked his third major item in, that's when TNC is going to start feeling, okay, this Sicilian is a problem. But up until that point, TNC will be in control comfortably as long as they don't mess something up.
And this is why still the amount of utility that TNC's lineup gives them is such an advantage. And it's funny because I was thinking when the game started, you know, for Lord JM that he would rely heavily on Guiding Wind to set things up, but he hasn't really needed it. He's just flickered a lot of them. So the fight for this Lord is going to break out. I'm wondering, will Onic Philippines be able to contest this?
Ain't no dance here as TNC is fully committed. In comes another Detonus welcome with a flicker. Cancelled though, Lord JM still standing, but just barely. Summon Force sent in by Kozen. Lancey very low. Kirk taken down by Zyda in the back line. And this does delay the Lord take, but they do bite one. No way, the Dragon by Brusco. Kick in, Lord JM in, but not going to end the job. Zyda survives, no one taken by Onic. Clean for TNC.
We talked about pressure onto Lord JM, Yawi, and Zyda to make the core of this lineup work. screw pressure. They are making this work. Lord JM's decision-making to enter. Yawi being able to time the guiding winds to supplement the shields. He saved Zyda in that scenario, and Zyda is still deathless at 3-0-1.
I can't believe, even with a Sea Halberd, a glowing wand over here from Onic Philippines, the sustainability, the healing was just too much for TNC to go ahead and just win those fights. We're going to take a look at the replay here in just a second as they get ready to march in. And this fight was great. Even that Zaman force enough to help zone out a little bit. There's the kick from Brusco. And then a look at that. Again, utilizing the utility and heals that TNC has with this lineup.
Yeah, the raw sustain right now of the Barretts and Matilda together are holding down the front line of TNC Pro Team. And at the same time, Lancey has been on point with his follow-ups, dishing the crowd control that he needs to dish. What we talked about earlier in terms of Brusco's entries getting just checked by the Aurora, that's been happening. And it's not just actually Brusco's entries, it's Onic, it's their entire entry that's getting dealt with.
It's not giving, is what the kids would say.
Yeah, it's not giving.
Feigned circling eagle there by Yawi, forcing response from Onic. Tier 3 taken down in mid. King Kong and the rest of Onic just scrambling to protect what's left of their base. The Lord left standing. The rest of the waves, though, taken care of. Onic lives another day.
Another update for Prince Watch. He just built up the Magic Lantern. Still going to be lacking in the damage department. They really need him on that third core item, and then that's when TNC is going to start feeling the pain. But will we even get there is the main question right now. Super Prince does have the most damage dealt, but once that number reaches like around 40k, that's when things have gone wrong for TNC.
Yeah. Oh, Lancey!
Oh, what?
Oh, drops in a Frigid Glacier. Kozin also commits his ult. Zaman Force underneath the tier 3, but Onic ain't having any of it. Concealed play coming in, Brusco and Kirk. Frontliners for Onic looking for some prey. Lets them go. TNC plays a conservative game, pressuring Onic elsewhere.
That was really spicy, man. You know, from Lancey to go ahead and flicker forward for that. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to catch anyone from Onic Philippines the way that he wanted to. But that is showcasing how confident TNC is feeling right now. You know, 6,000 gold ahead at this point. Mind you, when was the last time we saw Onic Philippines without any kills up to this point in their previous winning games or even matches in general?
I can't remember. Yeah. Even if this is a very Filipino game, I can't remember the last time Onic was up against the ropes like this.
If they egg Onic, that's a statement. We said TNC winning a game is already going to be a statement.
Yeah.
If they take a game from Onic, wherein Onic got no kills at all, no major objectives, no Lord, no turtles, that's more than a statement. That's proof that you're ready for this season.
I would say they have finally served a dish. They've been cooking for a while, right?
Yeah.
If that happens here, again, it's not a series over just yet, but it would be great to get to a game number 3 in that sense for TNC.
If they end Onic here, after this Lord, it would be a spicy meatball. Lord, down to 3/5 of its health. Brusco playing with range. King Kong and Kirk in the wings with Super Prince trying to get some stacks. Amazing wave management by TNC. They're denying these stacks from Super Prince, which makes this dance all the more interesting. Wait, Brusco finds one, kicks Lord JM. They're gonna blast the dinosaur. He adds to the Frigid Glacier. The Spear of Alpha taking down Brusco. He goes one man down from Onic. TNC happy with that skirmish. They do send Lord JM back home.
Great Glacier there. Setting up, and again, it's been Brusco, and he's feeling that struggle on the toe now against this kind of lineup. That was a Divine Glaive also picked up now for Super Prince.
Third item.
It. They gotta wait for this though still, but this should be a Lord for TNC.
Yeah, with Roamer gone, it's gonna be tough for them to contest, but the defense right now actually should be great for Onic Philippines. TNC will get this without a problem. Divine Glaive on Prince. Kelra is fully built as this Granger. If TNC can pull off this siege at that moment, that's it. If Onic defends, that's going to be a shaky time for the Phoenix Army.
All right, it's one thing to count their blessings, but do note this is an enhanced Lord that will be crashing through mid. TNC, I think the play that's coming up next would be a surgical push through each inhibitor left, and then they might go for another. But yeah, the clock is ticking.
Yeah, it definitely is, because right now, you can see Onic Philippines trying to scramble a little bit, you know, trying to cut some of the waves if they can, try to stall them out. But look at this heal, man, from Yawi with the Matilda. And this is why you guys mentioned in the draft, you're surprised Matilda was slept on for a little bit. Yawi, once again, leading the charge as this Lord comes into the mid lane.
Look at the damage on the Super Prince. That was just but a Synchro Vision from Kozen. Lord JM does not have a flicker, so Onic will take care of that Lord, and the rest of the waves crashing through top and bottom.
They're going to lose their bottom tower, but they defended this as well as they could. They were able to push back TNC at a crucial moment, and they keep one inhibitor turret standing.
Can they keep it actually here still? It looks like they are. They're doing their own charge up, you know, for Onic Philippines. They know that time is technically still on their side the further they can bring this game, but right now they really haven't had an answer to TNC. Yeah. And even with that, you know, obviously it does get a little bit harder to get these stacks. He's at 290 now, working on that last item.
Yeah, that's good. One of the problems is Kozen's item build is fantastic. He went Bloodwing second to the last item, then Oracle as his final item, selling the boots. It's a barefoot Harith, but this will be a Harith that will just be packing shields non-stop paired up with a Matilda.
He chonky. Well, there is a Sea Halberd on Kelra, and there is the glowing wand on Cecilion on Super Prince. But yeah, no, I think Prince needs his Holy Crystal first, and then we can start talking.
Once he gets there, that's 100%. Yeah, TNC has to be so careful here. If this goes the classic TNC fashion of them in control of a game, then they slip right there at the end. That's just heartbreaking, man.
Big sads.
Big sads, yeah.
It will be, but it's almost, if it happens where Onic Philippines is somehow able to turn this game around too, that's actually going to be quite the miracle with how far behind they've been.
Rogue wave in mid, what?
Rogue wave. It's pushing. Nah, it's going to be cleared.
Yeah, it's like one tiny minion.
It took down mid tier 1, so in case Onic somehow, I mean, they've done this before, finds an end angle from mid, that's less of a deterrent.
Minion waves right now being overwhelming for Onic. They have really good wave clear. They have good base defense in terms of damage.
Oh, Prince picks up a Bloodwings. Insurance.
Yeah.
So he got blood. He still has a spot for one last item, I think, because he only had the
Elegant Gem.
The Elegant Gem,
sell it,
He'll
pick
sell
up a crystal.
Yeah.
And then Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, he's not going to full build that into COD at this point.
Yeah.
That's going to be a loss.
Yep.
He's going to be fine.
The damage profile on TNC, again, they've gone through that hurdle.
Yeah.
Oh, Yawi picking up the Holy Crystal here, so.
Oh, God.
All right.
Okay.
That's Yawi style right there, man.
Damage
Matilda.
Yeah, damage Matilda, but also gets to dish out more shielding as well. Good itemization across the board, actually, for TNC, but this Lord, whoever gets this might actually win the game.
That's right. Lord now reset here softly, fully now, down to, what, a fifth of its, 4/5 of its health. And King Kong and Kirk are blasting it.
Oh, they're going to
Primal
blast
Rat.
it.
Look at Lord JM trying to go for Prince and
They're just
Kelra.
going.
The kick by Brusco. They're distracting him. King Kong from underneath. TNC scores 1. Kirk flickers back. Circling Eagle lands. He gets popped by Super Prince. They trade 1 for 1.
Oh, from the back.
For mid.
It's a sandwich.
Look at the back line. The spin. The split. Oh, no. 3 for 1. Lord James going to bite it too. And it's a wipeout. Zaida standing, but just barely. Ladies and gentlemen, Onic have done it again.
How did they do it? How, Renmar?
And it's a maniac for King Kong!
And the Lord too!
They were split up! They committed in helping Lord JM!
Look at the camera, they can't believe they did it!
They can't believe it themselves!
Classic TNC fashion, they had the game, they had the win, and it slipped from their hands, while Onic has pulled magic out of their own hands as well!
Oh my goodness! It was so close.
The sweep. We could have sworn TNC were gonna make gods bleed, but the sweep by Onic Philippines.
Oh, you can even see Onic Philippines themselves as they cheer. Because, you know, I think even then they were like, man, what happened?
The commitment of Kirk and King Kong to just say, dude, let's just get this Lord, they're distracted. Did TNC not read it? They overcommitted in helping Lord JM and punishing.
That moment is the perfect time to play that clip from earlier tonight in the ping test. That's my brother! That's my teammate! That's my brother! That's both of them just going for it.
I was even surprised because I thought they saw Kirk and King Kong there.
And then it's TNC who went for the turn.
Yeah.
And I could have sworn that was a beneficial turn. But...
Man. And they just blitzed the Lord, and then they got cut off. They got confused in themselves, and then they got sandwiched.
Onic PH sees the map in a different way.
Cozen's wearing that Rise from the Dead jacket from a few seasons back. Onic PH are the ones that rose from the dead in this game.
What was that? A consistent 6K, 7K gold lead for the majority of 15 minutes. 0 kills on the board. And then a win from nowhere.
Still, props to TNC. Great showing in their first match against a team of the caliber that Onic Philippines is.
Especially game 2.
Yes, especially game 2.
I wouldn't be surprised if this TNC squad eventually turns it around. Again, what happened there, that was just one wrong call at the wrong time.
There's time though.
There's time, but
100%
definitely it's still their time.
It's Onic time.
It's Onic time right now, with a little bit of Onic magic.
Whole lot of potential there for that squad for TNC, and again, I think a lot of you probably even watching at home were just as surprised as us and everybody here in the MPL Philippines arena. So can't wait to hear what they have to say about that win for the sweep. Let's go ahead and throw it over on stage for the winner's interview with Hans and Odin.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a series it has been. Your winners, Onic Philippines. Ibang klase. Kelra, nasa na yung mic natin? Kelra, sige. Ayan, tatabihan na lang. 7-0. Lugi kayo for almost 20 minutes ng 7-0. I wonder what's going through your mind. Ano ba nangyayari sa comms nyo during the time na sobrang dehado talaga kayo dun sa sitwasyon na yun?
Isa lang comms namin eh. Sabi namin, ultra kalmado lang.
Ano?
Ultra kalmado.
Ultra kalmado. Yun, mabuti na malinaw. And I also wanna know, kasi there are a lot of previous instances na parang sinasabi nila na meron daw talagang champion's curse. And you guys, you've competed in a lot of different tournaments. Gusto kong malaman, may tala ba ang champion's curse sa Onic Philippines?
Tignan natin. Pero para sa amin, hindi namin iniisip yun eh. Iniisip pa rin namin yung laro lang namin. Hindi namin iniisip yung mga champion curse na yan.
At na-display nila yun kanina. Again, congratulations, Kelra.
Hanggat hindi tapos ang laban, ay talaga namang lumaban ang Onic Philippines. At gusto ko rin makausap ngayon si Super Friends. Cecilion ang ginamit mo sa game number 2. Talaga bang pag Cecilion talab yung late game?
Opo. Talab talaga yun kasi depensa lang talaga.
Nakita namin yung fighting spirit niyo, especially doon sa 7-0 nga na standings niyo kanina. And sa previous season, tinawag ka ng Monster Mage as your moniker. Feel mo ba yun talaga ang nararapat sa iyong itawag? Monster Mage.
Feel mo ba? Deserve mo na yun sa ngayon?
Hindi pa.
Ano bang kailangan ni Super Friends para ma-feel mo na deserve mo na yun?
MSC.
MSC! Nako.
Mabuti ng malinaw. I just have one more question, alright? Or at least 2 more. Katabi naman na kita, Brusco eh. So ilalapit ko na sa'yo. Kanina, sinabi ni Yawi nung na-interview ko siya na ikaw talaga yung isa sa mga gusto niyang makalaban. I wanna know kung ano ba yung response mo ngayon na nagkatapat kayo. Anong masasabi mo sa kanya?
Palo pa rin, si Yawi.
Palo pa rin.
Si
Yawi. Yun ang kanyang masasabi. Pero aside from Yawi, if you're looking at a different perspective, sino pa ba ang isa sa mga roamers this season na gusto mong makalaban?
May sinisigaw yung mga audience natin eh.
Sino?
Sino?
Okay, may naririnig tayong names. Brusco, sinong gusto mo makaharap? Grabe yung coaching, no? Ang tindi nung coaching.
Parang si Brusco mismo nako-confuse kung sino ba ang gusto niya makaharap.
Ito na yun.
Si
Rene J.
Rene J.
Nabanggit na si Rene J. I wanna know why. Bakit si Rene J?
Para wala lang, parang sa tingin ko si Rene J rin yung yun eh. Parang isa sa pinakamalakas magtangkain sa PH.
Alright.
And that says a lot about this team. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your winners, Onic Philippines! You may now take your walk of victory.
Congratulations! What a sweep for Onic Philippines. Hans, talagang hindi natin in-expect yung mga nangyari sa seryeng ito.
Boys, right there at the Isle of Glory, you may now take your bow. Again, your defending champions, Onic Philippines, really showcasing what they can do dito mismo sa ating laban.
Yan talaga ang nakita natin sa day no number 1, Hans. At talaga namang sobrang nakaka-excite, nakakagulat lahat ng mga pangyayari.
Well, I'm sure that our casters will have to say a lot about that recent matchup. Kaya naman, casters, the floor is all yours.
Thank you again so much, Hans, Odin, and of course, there to Onic Philippines, the champions, former champions, and now world champions, of course, showcasing that they are going to be a force to be reckoned with once again this season. So great to see, and I like how they mentioned, you know, they're just very calm. Kelra, I feel like he was trying to tie a shoe the whole time. Like, I don't know if he ever accomplished it.
MLBB is intense. I can't count the number of times I've been casting or playing MLBB professionally.
In your shoes.
And then my shoes just come off.
Dude, that's why you just go no shoelaces.
That's right. I'm wearing tussles now.
Just go barefoot.
I'm wearing tassels.
Here's one guy that loves to go barefoot in the jungle.
I love you, King Kong!
It's King Kong!
Where'd that come from?
Where was that from?
Give
that guy a jersey, man.
All right, 4-1-0 for King Kong. And, well, I'm trying to think about why King Kong is the MVP. All right, yeah, he did get that Maniac in the end.
Yes.
It was him and Kirk that was able to rush that Lord.
Yeah.
It was him leveling out the goal during some key times.
Tag me in.
Okay.
Because even when they were losing, he was doing something on the map.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about with King Kong and Onic Philippines. If they know they are taking a losing fight, then you'll find King Kong in another part of the map getting resources from the jungle creeps or a minion wave that's free to push. And interestingly enough, it was King Kong getting picked out by Lord JM after King Kong got a little bit too eager to steal the Litho Wanderer away that led to the domino effect of TNC controlling majority of the game. Because King Kong got picked off, it shut down the sequence Onic wanted to do, and from there you see the formation of Onic and the rotation be uncomfortable for them to take. So it was just a long crawl back to being able to turn the game around until they found this moment. King Kong danced around TNC so well, landing a Maniac, surviving that long. At that point, a fully built Suyo in this point of the game can definitely do those things.
That is what makes King Kong a beast. The fact that he respects the scales of power, the food chain at any time in the game, wherein he understands, I can't go hunting like this. I gotta go find scraps elsewhere. I gotta make like a cat right now and hunt in the nighttime, not the day. And then the game just evens it out so that Kelra and Super Friends can get to a point where they can win.
And that whole theme here for this lineup really was this late game. I'm just surprised that it happened the way that it did. Is what I feel like a majority of people felt like. And even then, that last little iteration, that last little sequence of fighting that before he got the Maniac, the fact that he was able to kind of sidestep and scoot around and do those Suyo things is what made it so special too.
He wishes he was a Joy, but he was a Suyo. It looked like he was trying to go.
Yeah, he was able to do a version of that, not in typical Joy fashion, but definitely harder to pull off if you are
tap or hold.
Suyo. Yeah, exactly.
He was thankful that he could rotate with a charge sever, because you could.
Here's an interesting point of itemization, by the way. Super Friends, we thought he wouldn't build a COD. He still went for the COD. And I think, well, at that point, he wouldn't have gotten a lot of the
stacks,
good stacks on it, but apparently it was enough to help him out, as well as the Blood Wings. I think because it looked like such a good target for TNC. It's like, hey, Kelra's here. Super Friends is here. We get these two down. The Edith and the Suyo won't be able to do much, but since the Sicilian survived for so long, Kelra got to survive for so long, and that whole thing crumbled the moment they realized, wait, the Lord got taken. Let's go to Kirk and let's go get King Kong and Kirk. But wait a minute, we left the Sicilian and the Granger alive. It just turned into a mess for TNC.
The COD makes sense because of TNC's damage profile. The only one who really has any burst is Kozin on the Harith, right? When he starts dashing around. But everyone else deals some level of DOT. So if you have the COD, Sicilian can just stand in front of you like, I have hybrid defense. What now?
I'm fine.
I'm fine.
At that point. And I'm wondering, I don't know if we got a glimpse there too, but like how many stacks? Probably 300 plus, obviously, because at one point, I think the last glimpse we got, he was like a 291.
Yeah.
Something like that. So just again, that's kind of what we expected when the Sicilian was in play, but the way that whole thing happened is what makes it so interesting. So I'm sure a lot of people, especially after today, maybe ourselves included, will go back and look at that sequence, look back at how that happened, because even then, Zydo was there next to the Lord. Like, he had the information that they were blitzing it, you know?
And in the interview, Keller mentioned that they were just telling each other, ultra calm, just everyone be ultra calm, and they lost their bananas when they all finally realized, wait, we're actually gonna win this. But yeah, the ultra calm mindset came in big time.
Well, for you guys at home, the Athena Cup is coming soon.
You gals!
This is an exclusive league for female pro players and for the MLBB Women's Invitational, actually.
That's
so
right.
MWI.
The winner qualifies. So the tournament will take place from March 7th to May 27th, so that's about a week from now. Let's all support this growing league that empowers more women to be esports pros. Let's make MLBB esports a place where women can flourish.
I'm excited to see.
We're defending champions.
Yeah, man. We could see Omega Empress back in action.
Yeah.
Omega Empress back in action. The other iterations, of course, the other women's teams that have been waiting in the wings. That, well, from what I've heard from the women's scene, after the win of Omega Empress against Team Vitality in the MWI 2024, a lot of them were like, wait, we can do it.
Inspirational.
Yeah, very inspirational. Again, Team Vitality has, you could say, they have regained their crown 100% as the strongest female team in the world. But we're going to be walking to MWI as the defending champs, and I think a lot of Filipinas out there are going to be wanting to defend that for the motherland.
So that is from when I was. Is that 3 weeks? It's about 3 weeks, May 7 to 27 or so?
More than. Yeah.
That's
it runs as a league.
Yeah, that's awesome. You know, so tune in for that. Join if you guys can, and let's see who is going to end up representing the Philippines in the future for MWI. So
how
that's
crazy
great.
would it be if it wasn't Empress?
Yeah, that'll be wild. Exactly. That just goes again to the storyline of like Empress at the bar, and there are a bunch of other women now who are ready to surpass that.
Empress ended a 3-year dynasty. Whoever beats him will be more than worthy of, flying out to MWA.
Yeah. Definitely. Because that's something that I feel like those more opportunities for the women's players out there for MLBB is definitely something that's continuing to grow, and it's always great to see more people participate for that. So I hope you guys enjoyed our opening day here for MPL Philippines Season 15. Again, it's us, the Wee Bear Bros, me, Naisu, Leo, and Renmar. We're going to throw it over to the stage to close out the day. We'll see you back tomorrow.
Unang laban pa lamang or unang araw pa lamang ng panibagong yugto ay may nakita na tayong mga laban na talagang inabangan ng sambayan ng Pilipino. Odin, what a day it has been.
We've seen a lot of exciting events na nangyari sa Day 1 ng MPL Philippines Season 15. Aurora shining bright with that 2-0 sweep, and Onic Philippines marching their way in with that comeback win to close out the day, Hans.
And the best part about it, nagsisimula pa lamang tayo. Kaya kita-kits bukas dito lamang sa MPL Philippines Season 15. My name is Hans Galleria.
And I'm your very own Odin.
Na nagpapaalala sa inyo na walang makakatumbas sa lakas ng Pinas. See you guys tomorrow!
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official gaming phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.